Chapter 674. The hearts of everyone present involuntarily pounded when they saw this strange scene that had appeared in front of them. The shock in their hearts was like a yellow river that had suddenly swept out. However, at the same time, a heated emotion rose within the hearts of all the elite Dodi present. Although the large formation in front of them was frightening, it at the very least allowed them to have some confidence in their hearts. As the saying goes, only by knowing oneself and one's enemy would one be able to win 100 battles. All unfamiliar dangers were the most frightening in one's heart. Compared to the former, this large formation might appear quite powerful at this moment, but it at the very least caused all the elite Dodi present to sigh in relief in their hearts. Chi. However, while everyone was panting in their hearts, numerous chi sounds of rushing air suddenly sounded in this enormous square. Immediately, the hearts of everyone present were greatly shocked. Numerous pairs of eyes immediately looked in the direction where the sound had originated from. Over there. It's that stone block. There's also this side. This stone block is the same. In front of everyone's eyes, they could see numerous golden light pillars continuously rising from the 31 stone blocks in the square. In the blink of an eye, each of the 31 stone blocks had a light pillar that shot to the sky and entered the invisible empty space. Soon after, the 31 golden light pillars shot out from each of the 31 golden light pillars high in the sky. They merged with each other in the sky and gradually formed an enormous formation that covered the entire square. A glaring golden light hung high in the middle of the formation like a sun. The golden light was dazzling, and eye-catching. However, these elite Dodi were unable to feel even the slightest emotion in their hearts in the face of this majestic scene that caused one to sigh in admiration. If one were to say that there was something, it could only be fear. Following the activation of this large formation, everyone present could clearly see that the lotus stone blocks around the square actually began to slowly rotate. At the same time, numerous obscure mysterious symbols gradually became clear on the surface of the stone blocks. A glaring golden light was emitted from the lotus core. All the elite Dodi present ignored this small change in the stone blocks. Everyone raised their eyes and looked at the enormous formation in the sky. The golden light flashed and a bright glow was reflected from the eyes of all the elite Dodi. It was just like the stars in the night sky, bright and glaring. Chi! Suddenly, the cluster of sunlight golden light suddenly brightened while all the elite Dodi present focused their eyes. Soon after, Chi, sound of air being split appeared and a 10-foot thick golden light pillar suddenly shot out from the cluster of golden light. In an instant, it tore through the empty space. It was just like a meteor falling from the sky as it charged toward the elite Dodi below. The appearance of this scene caused the expressions of everyone present to suddenly change. The group of elite Dodi, who had been gathered together a moment ago, had scattered like birds and beasts the next moment. Even so, the speed of the golden light was not slow at all. In the end, there were still 2 old men who were unable to dodge in time, and their bodies were instantly pierced by the golden light pillar. In front of the golden-colored light pillar, the Dochi armor that was agglomerated on the surface of their bodies was like tofu. It was instantly destroyed by the golden-colored light pillar in an extremely easy manner. Soon after, the crowd that had scattered in all directions stopped their bodies. They turned their eyes back and looked over. The 2 elite Dodi, whose strength was not the least bit weak, had turned into golden light that permeated the sky under the golden-colored light pillar. The hearts of everyone present suddenly paled when they saw this scene. Those 2 were also elite Dodi. Yet, they did not have the ability to resist the golden light pillar. Even though everyone present boasted of their extraordinary strength, they still involuntarily felt a chill that seeped into their hearts when faced with this golden light pillar. This formation, isn't it a little too frightening? The eyes of quite a number of elite Dodi within the crowd were shocked as they looked at the enormous formation in the sky. This was especially the case when they looked at the golden light cluster. Their eyes revealed a deep fear. Although they had come for the treasures within the remains, they had never thought that they would die in this place. They boasted of their great strength. Being elite Dodi, there were very few people in the entire western region who could kill them. Yet, even someone as strong as a Dodi was unable to survive for more than a second under this formation. How could this not cause fear to form in their hearts? However, just as a portion of the elite Dodi were about to turn their heads and withdraw, they realized that there was no longer any path of retreat around the stone platform. The stone steps from earlier had already disappeared. Currently, all they could see was a bottomless abyss. At this moment, all the elite Dodi present finally recovered. This included the people from the 4 great clans. A grave expression was written on everyone's faces. There was no path of retreat. The formation in front of them was so frightening that they did not have the ability to fight back. From the looks of it, this group of people seemed to have fallen into a hopeless situation. Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe in the air, had an incomparably grave expression on his face under the black robe. A pair of dark black eyes repeatedly swept over the entire open ground, hoping to find a thread of survival. However, when Xiao Yan looked around, all he saw was bright golden light all over the place. He was unable to find any openings. Thinking about it at this moment, it was likely that the deepest part of the remains was a trap. It was likely that the owner of the remains did not intend to leave behind his cultivation inheritance. Damn it! There are no openings. Don't tell me that we can only wait for death here. Xiao Yan frowned tightly under the black robe. His hands under his sleeves had unknowingly clenched into fists. Even with Xiao Yan's calm state of mind, he was unable to continue to remain calm in this kind of hopeless situation. At this moment, the huge formation in the sky began to operate once again. Dazzling golden light suddenly shot out and the entire square was instantly enveloped by the golden light. Everyone present could not help but shut their eyes. Soon after, the sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out once again. This time around, the formation's attack was even more ferocious than before. As the sound of something breaking through the air rang out beside everyone's ears, miserable shrieks immediately rang out from the 2 groups of people who were standing in 2 different places. The crowd in the sky once again fled in panic. In the blink of an eye, the golden light that covered the open ground had already scattered. Everyone raised their eyes. Only then did they see 2 golden light pillars descending from the sky. This time around, the golden light had killed nearly 10 elite Dodi in one go. 10 Dodi. If they were placed in the western region in the outside world, they would be terrifying existences that could do whatever they wanted. However, they had disappeared in the blink of an eye within the remains. Chapter 675. Everyone present, whose faces were filled with shock, only gradually recovered when the golden light pillar gradually scattered. Everyone's faces had some lingering fear as they looked at the spot where the golden light pillar had disappeared. At that spot, over 10 elite Dodis had lost their lives. Fear surged within everyone's hearts. At this moment, even Xiao Yan could only helplessly maneuver the Do Qi within his body, preparing to face any unexpected change in the situation. Chi. Soon after, before everyone present had any time to catch their breaths, the enormous golden formation above everyone's heads once again began to operate. A chi sound was emitted from the golden light cluster. The golden light on the entire formation also gradually became brighter. Seeing this scene, all the elite Do-Di in the empty space were immediately startled. The Do-Chi within their bodies surged out, preparing themselves for the golden light pillar that was about to descend once again. Chi! Soon after, a sharp sound of rushing air suddenly resounded over the place a couple of breaths later. 2 shocking golden light pillars also shot out explosively from the golden energy cluster. They once again shot explosively toward the elite Do-Di in the empty space below. This time around, everyone in the sky was clearly prepared. Dozens of figures flashed and bitterly dodged the golden light pillars that brushed past them. Although they had dodged the two light pillars, their hearts did not rejoice because of this. This was because soon after the two golden light pillars missed, the large formation above everyone's heads once again began to operate without stopping. However, in the blink of an eye, another two light pillars fell one after another. Their targets were the elite Do-Di below. What? It's coming again. Everyone was suddenly shocked when the golden light shot out. Xiao Yan swiftly lifted his gaze under the black robe. He could see that one of the two golden light pillars was actually shooting toward his direction. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes hardened. He hurriedly raised his Do Qi and moved his body. Only when the light pillar arrived in front of him did he bitterly brush past it. The large black robe moved with the wind. A corner of the black robe came into contact with the golden light and quietly melted like snowflakes that had fallen into water. Ugh! Greatly alarmed, Xiao Yan hurriedly retreated. By the time he came to a stop, a large portion of his black robe had already been burned away by the golden light. This pillar of light is truly terrifying. A paleness involuntarily surged onto Xiao Yan's face under the black robe. His black robe had been corroded. Under the remnant might of the light pillar, Xiao Yan had also been somewhat affected. Although Xiao Yan had dodged the golden light pillar, the elite Do-Di on the other side were not so lucky. Although over half of them had managed to dodge it, there were still 3 elite Do-Di who had died miserably under the golden light pillar. However, just as everyone relaxed in their hearts, the large golden formation in the sky churned once again. In an instant, another golden light pillar shot out and shot towards the crowd below. What? This damn thing, it's actually not done yet. Everyone involuntarily frowned when they saw it. The Do Qi within their bodies surged wildly as they dodged towards the empty space in the distance. At this moment, Zhuo Lin, who was standing at the spot where the Zhuo clan was located among the 4 great clans, frowned as he watched the golden light pillar once again descend. This time around, there was actually only one. Zhuo Lin recalled the situation after the light pillar had descended. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes narrowed slightly and a surprised expression involuntarily flashed across the deep region of his eyes. This thing is really overbearing. If it does not take a life, it will continue to descend like this. In the end, even if the people here are not killed by the light pillar, they should be exhausted to death. The expressions of the people around him immediately changed when they heard these words. They pondered for a moment in their hearts and quickly understood. No wonder this golden light pillar continued to descend. So this was the reason. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of those elite Do-Di present involuntarily changed once again after they heard Zhuo Lin's words. In other words, this light pillar would definitely not rest until it killed everyone present. Damn it. Don't tell me that we should just sit here and wait for death. The expressions on the faces of everyone present immediately became gloomy after they understood this point in their hearts. They did not have the slightest room to retaliate under this golden light pillar. However, if this continued, everyone present would not have any way to survive. While everyone was feeling anxious in their hearts, Zhuo Lin, who was in the empty space, hurriedly swept his sword-like sharp eyes over the open ground. On the other side, everyone present once again hurriedly dodged as the golden light pillar descended. Just as everyone was about to dodge the golden light pillar, a small skinny old man among the crowd suddenly attacked the people beside him. In this current situation, almost everyone's attention was placed on the golden light pillar in front of them. Who would bother about the people beside them? As expected, the old man had suddenly attacked. A white-haired old man, who had luckily dodged the golden light pillar, had just revealed a smile of having survived a calamity when a frightening enormous force violently pressed against his back from behind. Bang! The skinny old man's palm landed. Although the white-haired old man in front of him was not seriously injured, he was once again violently pushed into the golden light pillar before it disappeared. Ah! A sharp miserable cry had just sounded when it quickly returned to silence. After which, the golden light scattered. Only then did everyone present look at the skinny old man with shocked faces. Everyone's eyes revealed a deep fear. What are you doing? Now that everyone is standing on the same boat, what difference is there between your actions and sinking the boat together? An old man with a resolute face among the scattered crowd waved his sleeves and angrily reprimanded the skinny old man with an angry face. At the same time, following this old man's voice, the group of elite Do-di in the empty space also turned their gazes over. Everyone's eyes carried a trace of anger. GGA. Everyone has heard what Shuogongzi said earlier. Once the light pillar appears, it will not stop until blood is seen. If everyone here continues to dodge like this, even if everyone is an elite Do-di, how long will you be able to endure? Hearing this, the skinny old man laughed. His smile appeared dark and evil. Hearing this, everyone in the empty space involuntarily frowned. Soon after, the skinny old man once again spoke and laughed strangely. As for what I did earlier, it was merely a delaying tactic. Although I pushed him into the golden light, didn't I also save your lives at the same time? Otherwise, why would all of you have the time to listen to me speak here? You would have long been cautiously dodging the golden light with all your hearts. After the skinny old man's words sounded, this time around, everyone present finally gradually quietened down. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. The golden formation, which was still churning intensely a moment ago, had indeed calmed down. It was likely that there would not be any more movements for some time. At the end of the day, I am not the only one who killed this fellow. All of you have done the same. The skinny old man waved his sleeves. His shriveled finger was like an awl as he pointed at everyone present. His face was filled with ridicule as he laughed coldly. Immediately, everyone present frowned and lowered their heads. They were actually speechless. In an instant, the atmosphere in the square had once again become unusually quiet. So this is the way to resolve it. Suddenly, Chuolin, who had been looking around the square below from the midair, suddenly opened his mouth. A pair of sharp sword-like eyes stared at the stone blocks on the square below. A cold smile gradually surged onto the corner of his mouth. Chapter 676. Dozens of elite Do-di stood in the empty space above the large open ground. Their eyes revealed a cautious expression as they carefully observed the other people around them. The nerves all over their bodies could be said to be extremely tense. After the earlier matter, this group of people did not dare to be careless at this moment. They were afraid that someone would stab them in the back if they were not careful, causing them to lose their lives. Just as the atmosphere of the square had become extremely tense and solemn, something that touched everyone's hearts once again occurred. Chi. That extremely powerful strength once again surged within the large golden-colored formation in the sky. An extremely glaring golden light flickered intensely like the light of the sun in the middle of the formation. The appearance of this scene caused everyone present to immediately raise their heads. Their eyes revealed shock as they stared at the glaring golden light. Even though the golden light caused their eyes to feel an intense piercing pain, these elite Do-di had no choice but to forcefully endure it. In the face of life and death, they must endure regardless of how great the pain was. Chi. Everyone present hurriedly moved their bodies and fled in different directions after the two sounds of rushing air were emitted. At the same time, Chuolin in the midair also withdrew his gaze with an indifferent expression. Under the protection of Zhuo Bentang by the side, they had remained outside the golden light. Adding the reputation of the Zhuo clan, no one dared to approach them. This saved them a lot of trouble. As for Xiao Yan, it was not so easy for him to rely on his powerful spiritual strength to truly injure Xiao Yan despite the strength of the golden light and its incomparably fast speed. This time around, under the cover of the golden light that permeated the sky, there were indeed quite a number of elite Do-di who had fallen under the golden light pillar. However, no one knew if there would be anyone among these people who would be forcefully pushed into the sea of fire like the one from earlier. The hearts of all the elite Dodi present immediately turned cold when they thought of this. A chill involuntarily rose within their hearts. The distance between everyone present had been pulled apart in an invisible manner. Everyone, I know that after what happened earlier, everyone present will more or less have a grudge in their hearts. However, just as the crowd was carefully looking at each other, Zhuolin, who was in the sky, slowly opened his mouth and spoke. Before his words sounded, everyone present was already curling their lips in their hearts. Naturally, there would be grudges. Moreover, it would only increase and not decrease. They were afraid of the people beside them. However, they were even more afraid of the people from the 4 great clans. Compared to the experts beside them, who were of similar strength, the 4 great clans could easily finish them off. How could they not be cautious when dealing with them? It is naturally normal to have a grudge. However, as everyone has said earlier, the current situation is tense. We are all standing on the same boat. If any of us want to disembark midway, only death will be awaiting us. Therefore, the tone in Zhuolin's mouth paused slightly when he spoke until this point. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. He looked at the group of elite Dodi in the sky but did not say anything. All the elite Dodi present involuntarily knit their brows when they heard these words that did not end. They faced each other before looking at Zhuolin. Everyone's face carried a trace of doubt. Therefore, you want us to cooperate with you? They were indeed worthy of being part of the 4 great clans. In the end, the person who spoke was still the second-ranked Huoba from the Huo clan. Huoba narrowed his eyes. An obscure glint flashed deep within his eyes. His tone carried some caution as he spoke. Even the ancestor of the Huo clan felt some fear in his heart toward the Zhuo clan. The ancestor of the Huo clan did not even really care about the other 4 great clans, the Bai clan and the Sun clan. Only this Zhuo clan caused them to feel an endless headache. Buying from the Bai clan and Sun Shuo from the Sun clan immediately turned their eyes over when Huoba's words were spoken. Buying was aware of Zhuolin's strength. He had observed every action of the latter. Huoba's words might have caused one to feel surprised, but this was within the expectations of the 3 clans. Sun Shuo, on the other hand, had gradually woken up from the grief of losing his son after experiencing a couple of dangers. His mouth emitted a cold laugh when he heard Zhuolin's words. No one will wake up early if there are no benefits. Zhuolin immediately frowned when he heard Sun Shuo's words. Even Zhuo Bentang, who was beside him, narrowed his eyes. A cold glint gradually surged in his sinister eyes. Ah, clan leader's son, you are wrong. If it were not for the sake of our own lives, would not have said this. Zhuolin paused for a moment before he spoke again with a smile. However, this time, his smile was exceptionally cold. When they saw Zhuolin's fake smile, the people from the other 3 clans were secretly shocked. This was completely different from Zhuolin's usual cheerful demeanor. In the crowd, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. Under his black robe, he glanced at Zhuolin from time to time as he thought to himself. Since you want to cooperate, young Master Zhuo, why do you need to beat around the bush? Just say it. Cooperation is naturally not a problem, but, before the loud laughter sounded, the words in Huoba's mouth came to a sudden halt. His face immediately became solemn. Both of his eyes were narrowed as they stared at Zhuolin. He asked in a serious tone, before this, young Master Zhuo should at least give us a reason that can convince us to cooperate. The group of elite Dodi in the empty space suddenly raised their heads when Huoba's words were uttered. Numerous pairs of sharp eyes landed on Zhuolin's body in unison. Huoba's words were correct. Everyone present was an elite Dodi. Which one of them was not a prideful person? Zhuolin was merely a 2-star Dodi. If he went out, he would be a head above these people by relying on his clan's support. However, everyone was currently in a predicament. Who would cooperate with a 2-star Dodi just because of a sentence from him? Even if he had Zhuo Bentang by his side, it was similarly impossible for him to do so. Reason huh? Zhuolin lowered his head and smiled. Only then did he slowly raise his head. His gaze swept over the entire place. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a disdainful arc as he softly laughed. How about I lead everyone to break the formation? Clamor. Everyone present immediately burst into an uproar when Zhuolin's words were uttered. Numerous gazes were like spotlights as they instantly looked toward Zhuolin. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even the members of the other 3 large clans and Zhuo Bentang by his side also revealed an expression of disbelief in their eyes. Xiao Yan, who was hidden under a black robe, swiftly revealed a surprised expression in his dark black eyes the moment Zhuolin's words were emitted from his mouth. It was unexpected that this Zhuolin had actually found a method to break the formation. This really caused one's heart to be surprised. The entire place suddenly descended into silence after the words from Zhuolin's mouth sounded. Everyone frowned as they pondered the credibility of Zhuolin's words. Of course, the members of the 3 large clans were an exception. They knew that Zhuolin was a ruthless person. They also clearly understood Zhuolin's arrogance. He could not tolerate sand in his eyes. At the same time, he was also unwilling to dirty himself. His words always possessed some credibility. This point was something that even the Hua, Bai, and Sun clans, who were also part of the 4 large clans, had no choice but to admit. Chi. Just as everyone present once again fell into deep thought, the heaven-ascending great formation in the sky was like a death sentence as it once again activated. At this moment, everyone present immediately understood in their hearts that there was not much time left for them to make a choice. Since eldest young Master Zhua has already stated his reason, my whole clan is willing to give it a try. My whole clan is willing to cooperate with the Zhuo clan. Hua Ba laughed out loud. He pulled Hua Tian behind him and spoke in a loud voice. Cuckoo, the Bai is currently all alone. I am willing to make this trip with the Zhuo clan. Bai also smiled faintly and expressed his attitude. Although Sun Shuo did not open his mouth, he also took a step forward to express his attitude. All the elite Dodi present involuntarily curled their mouths wildly in their hearts when they saw this. As they were all part of the 4 large clans, the gap in strength between them was naturally much smaller. The basis of their cooperation could also be considered balanced. However, they were merely a group of ordinary Dodi. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives. Being used as a tool by others was something that they could not accept. Cuckoo, let me warn you once again. If you are unwilling to cooperate now, don't say that we do not care about your life when the time comes. If we split into 2 boats, I will not care if his boat sinks or not. The pressure from Zhuolin caused the hearts of everyone present to suddenly tremble. From the looks of it, it was likely that they would not have a good ending if they were unwilling to cooperate. Even though they had already fallen into such a situation, their group did not have much of a chance of victory once the 4 large clans joined hands. Hence, from the looks of it now, they needed to make a choice. Moreover, following the agglomeration of the golden light, the large golden formation above everyone's heads was about to erupt once again. If they continued to hesitate like this, it would really be bad. The old me is willing to join. Suddenly, a human figure, whose entire body was covered by a black robe, among the many elite Dodi, uttered these words in an extremely abrupt manner. At the same time, his footsteps slowly moved forward and he arrived at a spot not far from Bai Ying. A golden glint involuntarily flashed deep within Bai Ying's eyes when he saw this. At the same time, the other 3 clans also looked at this black-robed person. The expression in their eyes was different. This person was the black-robed person who had arrived at this open ground earlier than the 4 large clans. Of course, he was Xiao Yan. With the addition of Xiao Yan, the group of elite Do Di behind him helplessly lowered their heads. A short moment later, all the elite Do Di present had joined this cooperation group. It was also at this moment that two glaring large golden light pillars suddenly shot out from the sky. They were just like life-threatening impermanence as they violently attacked everyone. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 677. Chi Chi. The sound of rushing air approached from a distance. In the blink of an eye, it had already been transmitted to everyone's ears. It was as though the golden light pillar had already arrived in front of them, causing everyone present to feel a great shock in their hearts. At the same time, waves of powerful Do Chi surged out from the bodies of the elite Do Di present. Dozens of figures moved in unison. They appeared just like colorful and fragrant butterflies as they flew in the empty air. The golden light pillar was just like a falling meteor as it cut through the sky. Finally, it disappeared when it came into contact with the golden light on the ground below. During this process, the two light pillars did not harm a single person. With the experience from the previous couple of times, all the elite Do Di present finally had some understanding of this formation in their hearts. However, they were still far from being able to break the formation by themselves. No one dared to relax in their hearts after dodging the two golden lights. At the same time, the couple of powerful elite Do Di hurriedly turned their gazes to Zhuolin. They hoped that he would be able to lead them to break the formation as he had said. Zhuolin immediately smiled when he saw the gazes of those elite Do Di being shot over. He immediately turned around and extended his white hand from under his sleeves. He pointed at the many lotus stone blocks on the open ground below and spoke in a loud voice. That is the method to break this formation. The faces of all the elite Do Di present involuntarily revealed a stunned expression when these words were uttered. Soon after, Zhuolin hurriedly continued speaking when the second golden light was about to land, seemingly in order to convince everyone. The strength that supports this large formation comes from those stone blocks. From the beginning until now, there have been a total of 7 light pillars that have taken people's lives. Everyone, please take a careful look. Currently, 7 of those rotating stone blocks on the open ground have already stopped rotating. Even the golden light that covered the stone blocks has completely disappeared. Doesn't this indicate that this is the source of those golden light pillars? All the elite Do Di present involuntarily knit their brows when they heard Zhuolin's subjective words. However, since they had already made their stand clear, it would not be easy for them to disembark after boarding Zhuolin's boat. Hence, all the elite Do Di present could only throw their gazes toward the stone blocks on the open ground in a half-believing manner. As expected, among those stone blocks that were constantly rotating, 7 of them had indeed stopped rotating. Moreover, even the golden light in the center of the lotus had completely dissipated. What should we do now? An old man from the crowd looked at Zhuolin with a frown. He somewhat believed Zhuolin's logic. However, how they were going to break the formation was the most important question. If the large formation was not broken, they would not be able to escape the fate of sinking even if they changed a boat. Old sir, you have asked the question. Hearing this, Zhuolin's face immediately revealed a satisfied smile. He smiled slightly and replied, the success and failure of this large formation lies in this. Since the core strength of the large formation originates from here, as long as we join hands and destroy these stone blocks, this large formation will naturally be destroyed and disappear. Zhuolin placed his hands behind his back. His face carried a smile as his gaze calmly looked at the many elite Do Di present. However, some of the elite Do Di present involuntarily laughed out loud when Zhuolin's words were emitted. It was a long while later before someone finally asked Zhuolin in a deep voice, "Young Master Zhuo, if this is the method to break the formation that you have mentioned, isn't it a little too simple? It is merely a few stone blocks. With our strength, wouldn't it be extremely easy to destroy them? It would be as simple as crushing an ant." Everyone laughed. Such a small matter was actually spoken by Zhuolin as if it was a big matter. It was really laughable. Oh. Is that so? Zhuolin smiled faintly. However, a smile had just appeared on everyone's faces in the empty space when two enormous golden light pillars emitted a chi sound and passed through the crowd. In an instant, quite a number of the already small number of elite Do-di present had died. Immediately, the expressions of the remaining group of people changed drastically. Zhuolin responded with a cold smile. A cold glint appeared in his eyes as he spoke once again. If everyone does not believe me, you can attack and give it a try. As long as you see this stone block break, you will naturally know whether it is a success or failure. As soon as these words left Zhuolin's mouth, everyone present glanced at each other. They knew in their hearts that this was already the last method. Even if they were helpless, they had to brace themselves and charge forward. Otherwise, only death would await them. Allow the old me to break this formation. Suddenly, an old man wearing a brocade robe from the crowd in the empty space suddenly attacked. He waved his large sleeve and numerous terrifying Do-chi lights shot out. They were just like shooting stars as they violently smashed toward the stone blocks in the open ground below. Bang! Following the appearance of an earth-shaking loud sound, golden light shot in all directions around the large open ground. Do-chi rippled and dust swiftly swept over the entire open ground following the Do-chi waves. That elite Do-di who had attacked earlier emitted a disdainful cold laugh from his nose. The instant he raised his gaze, he discovered that the enormous golden formation in the sky above his head had once again begun to churn at this moment. What is going on? Don't tell me that Zhuolin's judgment is wrong. Damn it. What should we do now? Bastard! Go all out. Charge into the large formation and forcefully obtain the inheritance. Once we obtain the inheritance, we will be the only victors here. The eyes of the elite Do-di in the empty space revealed a hopeless expression as they stared at the large golden formation in the sky that had once again begun to circulate. Some of them were already prepared to make a final gamble. No matter what, they would not be willing to die in this place. The thing that was different from the others was that Xiao Yan's gaze was currently placed on the stone blocks in the open ground below. When the dust on the open ground slowly scattered, Xiao Yan's dark black pupils suddenly shrunk at this moment. His heart involuntarily felt a surprise because of this. So this is the case. This Zhuolin is really frightening. The dust scattered and one could see that the open ground below was completely calm. The attack of that elite Do-di did not cause the stone blocks in the open ground to suffer even the slightest damage. When Xiao Yan focused his eyes and looked over, he could see a layer of golden light on the surface of some of the stone blocks. It was protecting those stone blocks within it. Is it like this? No wonder I am unable to break the formation using an ordinary method. Since this is the case, let me give it a try. Xiao Yan let out a low cry in his heart. In the empty space, he, who was hidden under a black robe, called out to the narwhal snake. His body immediately flashed and the invisible space twisted slightly. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body had already disappeared from this empty space. Ha! It's him, he has indeed discovered it. Zhuolin, who was standing to the side, smiled coldly. His expression became increasingly doubtful as he stared at Xiao Yan. At the same time, two golden pillars of light shot down from the sky, carrying a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth as they shot down towards the people below. Xiao Yan stood in front of a stone block that was swiftly rotating on the open ground. A heavenly flame surged deep within his eyes. Under the close observation of Xiao Yan, the stone block in front of him, which was rotating at a frightening speed, gradually slowed down in Xiao Yan's mind. Suddenly, both of Xiao Yan's hands under his sleeves were slowly clenched. The Do-chi that was flowing within the chi paths in his body also gradually became faster. It swiftly agglomerated in both of Xiao Yan's palms until a certain moment, when the two golden light pillars that fell from the sky once again charged into the crowd. A pair of eyes that were filled with flames under the black robe suddenly opened at this moment. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. The black robe flapped and Xiao Yan's body instantly shot through the empty space like a sharp arrow. When the punch was thrown, even the invisible empty space trembled because of it. An ear-piercing rushing wind sound resounded over the entire space along with the sound of the golden light pillar falling. However, compared to the latter, the former appeared to be filled with sharpness and overbearingness. Its sharpness was completely exposed, appearing as though it wanted to cut through everything in the world. Its force was unstoppable and unmatched. The strong and ferocious fist wind agglomerated in front of Xiao Yan. It was just like the vanguard of a vast and mighty army. Only the strength of this force would be able to deal the enemy the most powerful blow. If the current Xiao Yan was a long spear, the fist wind above his head would be the cold glint at the tip of the spear. It was the kind that caused one's heart to bleed upon seeing it. 8th grade collapse. Break for me. Xiao Yan suddenly cried out loudly in his heart. The 8th grade collapse was one of the earliest Do techniques that Xiao Yan had become famous for. Xiao Yan's understanding of it had long since surpassed the Tian class Do techniques. When he used it now, forget about the 8th layer, it was likely that even the 10th layer, 18th layer, or 80th layer would not be a problem. Such a strong, ferocious, overbearing strength was naturally most compatible with the physical strength that Xiao Yan had painstakingly trained all over his body. All of this appeared to be a short period of time, but in reality, it was merely the blink of an eye. The instant the golden light pillar descended, Xiao Yan's fist had already solidly smashed into a stone block. Bang! Following the muffled explosion sound that was emitted, a frightening energy storm immediately raged over the open ground. Xiao Yan's fist actually violently smashed into the stone block in front of him. The powerful force forcefully stopped this swiftly rotating stone block. Soon after, numerous thick crack lines swiftly climbed onto the entire stone block. After which, Xiao Yan's arm shook. The force that was hidden within his arms suddenly erupted at this moment. One could hear a bang sound and the stone block in front of Xiao Yan suddenly burst apart. As for the golden light formation that guarded the surface of the stone block, it was forcefully shattered by Xiao Yan's most overbearing strength. Of course, it was also thanks to the hidden force of the grade 8, crumble, that completely shattered it from the inside out, resulting in the current situation. It was also at this moment that as Xiao Yan's punch landed, one of the two golden-colored light pillars that were swiftly descending toward everyone in the battleground exploded with a bang in front of everyone's stunned gazes. It turned into golden-colored light spots that permeated the sky. They were like numerous golden-colored snowflakes or fireflies in the daytime as they drifted away in a disorderly manner. As for the other light pillar, it successfully charged into the crowd. After killing an elite Do-D, it swiftly disappeared. However, at this moment, everyone no longer had the time to bother about this. The reason why the golden light had suddenly exploded was what they were most concerned about at this moment. Soon after, the gazes of everyone in the open ground suddenly turned. Numerous gazes were like spotlights that landed on Xiao Yan's body at this moment. Only at this moment did everyone gradually recover. All of their gazes were surprised as they looked at Xiao Yan in the open ground. They watched the stone block that had completely exploded under his punch and recalled the scene from earlier. A huge wave immediately rose within everyone's hearts. At the same time, the hearts of everyone present also recalled the words that Zhuolin had said. Those stone blocks are really the key to breaking this formation. The hearts of all the elite Do-D immediately rejoiced. Since this was the case, as long as they were able to break the formation, they would have the opportunity to obtain the Do-Chi inheritance in the hands of the statue in the middle of the open ground. The hearts of everyone present felt their blood boil when they thought of this. They moved one after another and each of them charged toward a stone block. At this moment, these elite Do-di in the open ground were just like well-trained soldiers. One of them was able to command the entire army. It was really a little ironic that such a thing had happened to a group of elite Do-di who did not trust each other. However, compared to Xiao Yan, these people were not so lucky. Although everyone's strength had already reached the level of an elite Do-di, it was extremely difficult for them to perform an overbearing attack like Xiao Yan did earlier. Bang bang bang, when the first wave of attacks began, the elite Do-di present immediately discovered the uniqueness of this stone block. Originally, they thought that it was merely a stone block and was not a big deal. However, they were only able to sense the strangeness of this stone block when they personally attacked. At the instant when the two came into contact, the strength of the Do skills in the hands of these elite Do-di would be forcefully reduced by over half by the swiftly rotating stone block in front of them. Additionally, there was a powerful defensive formation covering the exterior of the stone block. Even these elite Do-di would not be able to destroy a stone block within a short period of time. All the Do-di involuntarily sighed quietly in their hearts when they thought of this in their hearts. At the same time, they could not help but feel shocked by the strength of this black-robed person that Xiao Yan had disguised himself as. Being able to completely shatter a stone block with just one punch. This kind of frightening battle result was not something that an ordinary elite Do-di could achieve. They were even more unable to act as carefree as Xiao Yan. Haha, old mister is indeed someone with extraordinary strength. I admire you. However, if a mere stone block wishes to block me, humph humph, Ba, who had descended from the open ground, laughed out loud. He first cupped his hands towards Xiao Yan before suddenly turning around. Do-chi swiftly agglomerated in his palm and his palm landed heavily on the stone block in front of him. At the same time, Baiying and Sun Shua also stood in front of a stone block in a couple of other directions. Even Zhuo Bentang from the Zhuo clan descended. Do-chi wildly surged out of his body and violently smashed toward the stone block in front of him. Only Zhuo Lin continued to stand in the empty air by himself. Both of his eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiao Yan, who was wrapped in a black robe. A glint flashed deep within his eyes. You, who exactly are you? Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 678. Human figures flashed over the enormous open ground that was overflowing with golden light. Intense explosions were continuously being emitted over the open ground, causing the entire place to tremble intensely. At this moment, all of the remaining elite Do-di present had each occupied a side. They stood in groups of 2s and 3s in front of a stone block. Powerful Do-chi wildly surged within each of their bodies. One after another, frightening Do skills were violently thrown out by these elite Do-di's hands. They carried an endless aura as they heavily smashed toward the enormous stone block in front of them. Despite this, even though everyone present was an elite Do-di, they were still unable to destroy a stone block within a short period of time even if 3 elite Do-di were to join hands. In the blink of an eye, a total of 4 hours had passed since everyone from the manufacturer had attacked together until now. However, during these 4 hours, the combined efforts of dozens of elite Do-di were only able to destroy a couple of the stone blocks. Until this moment, there were still a total of 12 enormous stone blocks that were still standing completely in this open ground. There were quite a number of stone blocks that had finally stopped because the energy within them had been completely exhausted. Chi chi chi, the glaring golden light that was being emitted from the large golden formation in the sky gradually paled following the decrease in the number of stone blocks. Even though this was the case, the strength of the golden light pillar that shot out from it did not weaken at all. Anyone who came into contact with it would be able to preserve their life without exception. At this moment, the large golden formation, which had been quiet for a couple of breaths, was once again activated. A frightening aura that caused one's heart to tremble was once again emitted from it. The expression on the faces of everyone present involuntarily changed when Che Ju Dao's aura was transmitted over. Breaking the formation was the most important thing at this moment. Earlier, a couple of elite Dodi had died under the golden light because they were in a hurry to break the formation. At this moment, this group of people did not wish to repeat the same mistake. Everyone, be careful. That thing is coming again. An elite Dodi on the open ground hurriedly cried out loudly. After working together for a moment, no one present dared to easily abandon the people beside them. After all, given the strength of this stone block, it was impossible for a single person to destroy it. Unless they borrowed the help of even more experts and joined hands, only then would it be possible to swiftly destroy it. After everyone heard the words that were emitted from the mouth of this elite Dodi, all the elite Dodi present recovered. One by one, they paused their bodies and stared at the bright golden light in the sky with solemn expressions. Soon after, 2 rays of light with frightening auras swiftly shot out from the golden-colored formation in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they tore through empty space and ruthlessly shot toward everyone below. One of them was aimed at Xiao Yan, who was standing outside of the crowd at this moment. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw the sharp light pillar that shot toward him. Ever since he had blasted apart a stone block with a punch earlier, this damn thing seemed to be bearing a grudge. Each time it landed, one of the 2 light pillars would be aimed at Xiao Yan. Even though Xiao Yan was not afraid, he would definitely not be able to endure it if this continued. Damn it. There is really no end to it. Xiao Yan let out a soft cold cry in his heart. His body hurriedly flashed. Only then did he barely dodge the golden light that was heading toward him. At the same time, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly turned. A fierce expression immediately surfaced on his face under the black robe. His large hand was suddenly clenched into a fist. Qi agglomerated in his palm and the skin on the surface of his body was swiftly covered by a layer of purple-gold dragon scales. A hot flame swiftly agglomerated in both of Xiao Yan's eyes at this moment. Break! Soon after, Xiao Yan let out a stern cry in his heart. A powerful force forcefully tore the surrounding empty space apart when it rushed through the empty space. The strength of this attack was even more powerful than the punch from earlier. Bang! The fist landed and the stone block collapsed along with it. Soon after, Xiao Yan lifted his eyes and looked at the large golden formation in the sky. Following the destruction of another stone block, the golden light that Xiao Yan had dodged earlier no longer descended. Moreover, the glow on the large golden formation had also become increasingly dim. This fellow, what an overbearing strength. Who is he? If there really was such a person in the western region, how could we not know of him? The reappearance of this scene involuntarily caused everyone present to be shocked in their hearts. Within the 4 great clans, Zhuo Bentang's and Huoba's gazes involuntarily changed when they looked at Xiao Yan. Elder Huoba, who is this person? Why is he so strong? Hua Tian frowned as he looked at Xiao Yan in the battleground. His heart felt extremely solemn. With such a powerful strength, it was likely that even he was far from being a match for this black-robed person. From the way this black-robed person attacked and the strength that he unleashed, this person was definitely not an ordinary elite Dodi. It was likely that no one would believe that he was some unknown person. At the very least, from the strength that the latter had displayed at this moment, his strength seemed to be comparable to the people from the 4 great clans. I don't know, this is the first time that even I have seen this fellow. Before this, I have never heard of such an elite Dodi. Could it be that he has also just arrived in the western region? Huoba frowned and shook his head. His heart was similarly filled with doubt toward this black-robed person in front of him. This stone block was something that even he would have to exhaust quite a lot of strength if he wanted to break it with a punch. However, at this moment, this stone block was actually like tofu in front of this black-robed person. It was easily destroyed by him. This really caused one to be shocked. On the other side, even Zhuo Bentang from the Zhuo clan was similarly frowning as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe. His brows were filled with surprise as his pair of old eyes slowly narrowed. First young master said that it is fine if this person can become friends with us. If he cannot, we must not become enemies with him. First young master is right. Such an enemy is something that even our Zhuo clan cannot easily offend. Zhuo Bentang sighed with a solemn feeling in his heart. Only then did his tightly knit brows slowly relax as he looked at Zhuo Lin behind him. At this moment, there was a cold smile in Bai Ying's heart. From the looks of it, the attention of the Zhuo clan and the Huo clan was currently attracted by this black-robed person in front of him. This was undoubtedly a good thing for him. After all, compared to them, he was clearly aware of the identity of this black-robed person. At the same time, Xiao Yan also withdrew his hand. He lifted his eyes to look at the large golden formation in the sky. The expression in his eyes became increasingly cold. I say, the few of you over there. Don't tell me that all of you are just going to watch over there. As members of the four great clans, I do not believe that all of you are unable to even deal with this stone block. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly turned. He stared at Bai Ying a short distance away as he spoke in a seemingly hinting manner. Although he was not afraid of this light beam, if he continued to be exhausted like this, how would he have the strength to fight for the Doqi inheritance? At that time, not only would he not be able to obtain the Doqi inheritance, his fighting strength would also be greatly reduced. If this group of people were to recognize his identity, it would likely be difficult for him to leave. Hence, Xiao Yan had no choice but to make some plans for himself. Everyone hurriedly withdrew their thoughts upon hearing this. Numerous gazes were once again thrown towards the stone block. Moreover, at this moment, an intense explosion suddenly sounded in the square. In an instant, the gazes of everyone present were once again attracted over. Ugh, it's Sun Shuo. What a frightening strength. It is unexpected that he is also able to shatter a stone block with one strike. The gazes of everyone present were shocked as they looked at the current Sun Shuo. In front of them, an enormous stone block was slowly falling. That stone block was already covered with densely packed crack lines. Everyone focused their eyes and looked over. They could see an enormous fist imprint deeply embedded into the stone block. From the looks of it, it should be caused by some kind of extremely powerful Do technique. Oh. It is unexpected that he has actually attacked. Moreover, he has used his full strength. Seeing this scene, Huoba could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. However, he quickly frowned again. His eyes revealed a worried expression. During this trip to the remains, Sun Shuo's eldest son had died here. At this moment, although he had already recovered his consciousness, the killing intent and fury in his heart could never be quelled. However, it was also because of this that his strength was even greater than before. If they were to fight under such circumstances, it was likely that even Huoba would not be a match for him. However, the thing that was worthy of being rejoiced was that the real murderer of Sun Shuo's son seemed to be that fellow called Xiao Yan. If he was not wrong, that Xiao Yan should be among this group of people at this moment. If this was the case, it was likely that they would be able to save a great deal of trouble sooner or later. As long as they waited for Xiao Yan's identity to be exposed at the critical moment, Sun Shuo's target would instantly change. At that time, the Doqi inheritance in the hands of the statue would only be up to their three clans to fight over. Of course, other than this, there was also this mysterious black-robed person present. However, it was hard to say just who the Doqi inheritance would land in at that time. No one was willing to become enemies with an elite Do Di who possessed extraordinary strength. If his side was able to befriend him, he might be able to obtain the Doqi inheritance when the time came. Huoba involuntarily laughed in his heart when he thought of this. Soon after, he withdrew his gaze and placed it on the stone block closest to him. Since he wanted to curry favor with the other party, he should go with the flow. Was this not the fastest way to close the relationship between both parties? When Bai Ying noticed the gaze that Xiao Yan shot over, he involuntarily laughed at the latter. His body immediately moved and violently charged toward the stone block in front of him. Zhuo Bentang involuntarily frowned when he saw that the other three clans had already acted. How could he not understand the aim of these three clans in his heart? He immediately moved and charged toward a stone block that was relatively close to him. However, right at that moment, Zhuo Lin, who was behind him, suddenly called out to him to a stop. Wait! Zhuo Bentang's charging body suddenly paused. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhuo Lin behind him. Why, the other three clans have already acted. Are we still going to wait here? Once this fellow is roped in by the other three clans, at that time, there is no need to bother about him. Just let him be. Now, all you need to do is to preserve your strength. Although I am not certain, I have a faint feeling that there will likely be a tough battle soon. As for this black-robed person, humph, Zhuo Lin let out a faint cold snort at the end of his words. However, he quickly turned his gaze and parted his mouth to laugh. However, since the other three clans have already acted, you should at least put on an act. You only need to break one stone block. Leave the rest to them. Zhuo Lin withdrew his hand from Zhuo Bentang's shoulder after saying this. After which, his body gently landed on the square. A pair of sword-like eyes stared intently at the statue in the middle of the square. More accurately speaking, he was staring at the Do-Chi inheritance in the hands of the statue. With this, the next chief of the Sky Sword sect will definitely be me. The expression in his eyes gradually became cold. A pair of white hands slowly clenched under his snow-white sleeves, emitting a creaking sound. As everyone on the square attacked with all their might, this time, only 4 of the 9 stone stools remained in the square in a short period of time. It was also at this moment that the nearly transparent large formation in the sky appeared to be unwilling to give up despite having reached such a stage. It once again began to churn. This time around, all of the strength on it wildly agglomerated within the faint golden light cluster. The aura within it was many times stronger than before. Everyone immediately frowned when they saw this. There was always a stern expression between their brows. Numerous gazes stared at the golden light cluster in the sky. The Do-Chi within everyone's bodies surged out in an even more turbulent manner. Finally, is it time for the final fight? Everyone raised their heads. Their gazes looked at the sky. While the Do-Chi on the surface of their bodies churned, everyone present had already made preparations to withdraw. Chi chi chi. Soon after, the cluster of golden light, which had already become many times paler in the sky above everyone's heads, suddenly churned intensely. Soon after, 4 golden light pillars with frightening auras suddenly shot out from within and shot toward the crowd below. Everyone's hearts were immediately greatly shocked when they saw this scene. It was unexpected that 4 golden light pillars would appear at the same time. Unless they were able to destroy the 4 stone blocks before these light pillars killed them, they could only wait for death in this place. Quick! Don't hold back anymore. Attack together and destroy these 4 stone blocks. Otherwise, the next person to die might be any one of us. Mu Kuanluan, who was holding the black metal rod, let out a stern cry from the crowd. His strong body suddenly shook and green-colored Do-Chi immediately rose on the surface of his body. At the same time, the people around him did not dare to hesitate even a little. What Mu Kuanluan said was right. If they dared to hold back even a little, the next person to die might be the person who held back. Soon after, over 10 kinds of extraordinary Do skills were swung out from everyone's hands when the 4 light pillars fell. They carried the ability to destroy the world as they violently collided with the remaining 4 stone blocks. Bang! An enormous bang reverberated unceasingly over this large open ground. Soon after, everyone suddenly turned their heads and looked at the 4 light pillars that were shooting toward them in the sky. As the rumbling sound was emitted, the 4 light pillars continued to descend without stopping. In an instant, the hearts of everyone present turned pale with fright. The expressions on each of their faces became as dumbstruck as wooden chickens. A deep fear surged into everyone's hearts at this moment. It was unexpected that even though they had used all their strength, they were still unable to escape death in the end. Puff, the 4 sharp light pillars carried an incomparably shocking aura as they violently fell. Finally, they turned into golden light that filled the sky. They appeared just like drifting snow, yet also like the setting sun. Chapter 679. The remaining dozens of elite Do-D in the large open ground slowly recovered. They looked at the golden afterglow that gradually scattered down from above their heads. The indifferent expression in everyone's eyes gradually disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a wild joy of having survived a calamity. The formation has been broken, the formation has been broken. This formation has finally been broken. We are not dead. Let's break this formation. With the formation broken, the faces of everyone in Changzhou were filled with an extremely excited smile. Some people could not help but tear up. Tears flowed down their old faces. The wild joy in their hearts caused them to wish that they could hug the people beside them and welcome this beautiful moment that was like a rainbow after the rain. It was also at this moment that the elite Do-D in the open ground immediately recovered. The excitement in the open ground lasted for less than 10 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the group of elite Do-D who were gathered together immediately scattered. An icy coldness swiftly surged into everyone's eyes. With the formation broken, their hearts were filled with joy because they had survived a calamity. However, at the same time, they also recalled the ultimate goal of their trip. Do-Chi inheritance. Ha 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 ha. This is really a group of ingrates. They only hugged each other tightly when they were about to die. Now that they have eaten their fill, they find each other an eyesore. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. Outside of the crowd, Huaba's eyes widened as he looked at the scattered people in the open ground. His eyes were filled with a cold smile. The expression on his face was filled with incomparable ridicule. The expressions on everyone's faces changed when they heard this. They immediately turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. Just as they were about to flare up, everyone's faces turned green when they saw the person who had spoken. They became silent. If it was before, they would naturally not be afraid of the whole clan if they joined hands. However, the current situation was different. The formation had been broken. Everyone present could be said to have their own ulterior motives. This caused them to have no choice but to be cautious. Ha 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 ha. Huoba could not help but laugh out loud when he saw everyone reveal such an expression. At the same time, Zhuo Bentang moved and returned to Zhuo Lin's side. Bai Ying, Xiao Yan, and Sun Shuo, who were outside of the crowd, turned their eyes over when they saw this scene. Zhuo Lin laughed coldly in his heart when he saw the gazes that shot over. His gaze slowly swept across the area, passing over Bai Ying and the rest. However, in the end, it paused on Xiao Yan, who was standing outside the crowd. Xiao Yan could not help but frown when he sensed the latter's gaze. Could it be that this monster from the Zhuo family had noticed something? As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Yan slowly lifted his head. At the same time, he used his hand to gently pull the cloak on his head. Under the black cloak, a pair of pitch-black eyes looked at Zhuo Lin, who was opposite him. "What's up?" A faint old voice slowly spat out. From these words, one could hear a trace of impatience. It seemed that the black-robed man was rather dissatisfied with the latter's gaze. Huoba immediately chuckled when he sensed this. Bai Ying remained silent by the side. As for Sun Shuo, he raised his eyes slightly and frowned. However, he did not open his mouth to speak. Old sir, when we were breaking the formation earlier, you destroyed the most stone blocks. It can be said that you have worked hard and contributed greatly. This junior hopes that you can accompany us and show your respect. At the same time, this junior also hopes to thank old sir for your trust. Zhuo Lin smiled faintly in response. He respectfully cupped his hands together towards the black-robed man and said. Huo Ba immediately frowned when Zhuo Lin's words were spoken. However, before he could speak, the old and indifferent voice was heard once again. Humph, I can thank you, but there is no need to accompany us. This old man does not interact with strangers. Xiao Yan spoke faintly before turning his body around. His gaze landed on the statue that was currently standing in the open ground. Zhuo Bentang's face immediately sank when he saw that the black-robed man actually dared to ignore Zhuo Lin. He took a step forward and was about to speak when Zhuo Lin pulled him back. Zhuo Lin gently shook his head and indicated for Zhuo Bentang to stop. Seeing this, Zhuo Bentang revealed an unwilling expression and withdrew his gaze. His eyes viciously glared at Xiao Yan. He let out a cold snort and did not speak anymore. Everyone, since the formation has been broken, shouldn't it be time to see the Doqi inheritance in the hands of the statue? Next, it will be up to everyone's ability to decide who gets this item. Buying waited until everyone present threw their fiery gazes towards the Doqi inheritance in the hands of the statue before he slowly stepped forward. At the same time, his mouth laughed as he spoke. Everyone's faces immediately surged with excitement when they heard this. There were quite a number of figures who took the lead and rushed wildly toward the statue, intending to be the first to obtain the Doqi inheritance before everyone else. After what had happened earlier, these people had clearly become even more cautious. Even though they saw that there were already people who had taken the lead and charged forward, no one dared to easily make a move. Only when those few people were about to approach the statue did the crowd behind them crazily charge forward like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Humph, all of you, back off. Is this inheritance something that you can touch? Just as everyone moved, Huo Ba suddenly let out a stern cry from behind. At the same time, an extremely frightening aura suddenly swept over from behind everyone. In an instant, all the elite Dodi present felt as though they were carrying an enormous mountain on their backs, unable to move even an inch. Damn it! This fellow's aura is too terrifying. Everyone, attack together. Even if he is a 3-star Dodi, it is impossible for him to suppress so many of us at the same time. All the elite Dodi present immediately became like frightened horses when they sensed this frightening aura pressure. Soon after, however, they once again united together. Their auras merged and blocked Huo Ba's aura pressure. At this moment, Xiao Yan and the others behind no longer hesitated. They moved one after another and swiftly flew toward the statue in the middle of the square. Their respective targets were naturally the Doqi inheritance in the hands of the statue. Zhuo Lin, who was following at the back, had his eyes on Xiao Yan at this moment. Beside him, Zhuo Bentang wished that he could carry Zhuo Lin and charge forward. However, he knew in his heart that this was Zhuo Lin's intention. Helpless, he could only follow closely. His old eyes leaped over everyone in front of him and stared at the cluster of Doqi inheritance. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan and the others had already arrived in front of the statue with an unusually quick speed. Previously, when they looked at it from afar, they were unable to accurately judge the height of this statue. Now that they were in front of it, everyone was finally able to clearly see it. The entire statue was hundreds of feet tall. At this height, even Xiao Yan, who had unleashed the King Kong glass body, appeared like a child in front of it. Moreover, these were elite Dodi who were of normal size. In front of this statue, everyone was just like ants. At this moment, the group of elite Dodi who had escaped from Huo Ba's aura behind Xiao Yan's group once again caught up. The group's target was the Doqi inheritance. Their eyes were fiery hot and their blood boiled. Xiao Yan and the others naturally did not show any weakness. Each of them moved. The 3,000 lightning movement under Xiao Yan's feet was unleashed to its limit. Waves of thunder roared in the sky, shaking one's soul. Xiao Yan's body turned into a lightning bolt and swiftly flew toward the hand of the statue. Behind him, Bai Ying and Hua Ba also did not show any weakness. Zhuo Lin, who was even further back, stared intently at the statue. The guess in his heart was also becoming deeper and deeper. First young master, once there is a change, immediately attack that black-robed person. Do not show any mercy. Before Zhuo Bentang's voice sounded, Zhuo Lin's cold voice gave an order that did not allow anyone to refute. But that inheritance, why are you panicking? Do as I say. At that time, these fellows will naturally become chaotic. You just need to focus on dealing with that black-robed person. Zhuo Lin's expression was dark and cold as he spoke indifferently. Hearing this, Zhuo Bentang involuntarily knit his brows tightly. He hesitated for a moment before nodding his head heavily. Seeing this, Zhuo Lin withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiao Yan's back. A dense cold smile gradually surged onto the corner of his mouth. Humph humph, regardless of whether you are Bai Zhan or Xiao Yan, you will definitely die today. Zhuo Lin laughed coldly in his heart. Only then did he raise his eyes and look at the cluster of Do Qi inheritance in the hand of the statue. His body moved and he swiftly flew over. He, Sun Hanshi Sun Hanshi. You will be the one to complete this young master's great undertaking. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Numerous figures swiftly flashed through the empty air and swiftly flew towards the hand of the statue. They chased each other and did not forget to block each other. Of course, such methods were naturally useless against Xiao Yan's group. At this moment, they were merely 100 feet away from the cluster of Do Qi inheritance. Under normal circumstances, they would be able to cover this distance in an instant. However, today, in front of this powerful Do Qi inheritance, no one would hold back. Ha, elder, I will take this inheritance first. Ha ha. Suddenly, Hua Ba, who was following closely behind Xiao Yan, suddenly increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, his body had already surpassed the current Xiao Yan, leaving him behind as he swiftly charged towards the Do Qi inheritance. Haha, Hua Ba, you have nearly forgotten about me. Soon after, Bai Ying's body had unknowingly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. At the same time, he acted and blocked Hua Ba. Bai Ying, you wish to stop me. Why, can't I? Hua Ba's cold laughter had just sounded when Bai Ying's tone was not the slightest bit weaker. Ha ha. Come and give it a try. Hua Ba's expression turned cold. He flipped his hand and ruthlessly threw a palm at Bai Ying. At the same time, Bai Ying did not show any mercy. His body shook and a punch was thrown forward. Bang! When the attack landed, the two of them each took a couple of steps back. Their bodies shook and the force on their bodies dissipated. However, while the two of them were distracted, they did not realize that Sun Shuo's body had unknowingly appeared above the hand of the statue. The expressions of the two of them suddenly changed when they saw this. However, before they could move, they saw that the black-robed Xiao Yan had already appeared opposite Sun Shuo. Between the two of them was a cluster of golden Do Qi light that was the size of a person. It was the Do Qi inheritance. Seeing this, the hearts of the two of them finally relaxed. Soon after, they hurriedly moved and rushed towards the two above. You wish to compete with me? Sun Shuo's tone was ice-cold and did not contain the slightest emotion. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened when he heard this. Both of his eyes slowly narrowed. It was not difficult to see that Sun Hanshi's death was indeed quite a big blow to Sun Shuo. Otherwise, he would not have ended up in such a state. Cuckoo, I am not the only one who cares about this Do Qi inheritance. Even if I do not fight for it, there will similarly be others who will. Get lost. Sun Shuo's expression was indifferent as he coldly snorted. His hand violently grabbed at the Do Qi inheritance in front of him. Seeing this, Xiao Yan did not hesitate. He extended his hand and grabbed at the Doqi inheritance in front of him at the same time. The two of them each grabbed a corner, intending to fight for it. Neither of them gave way to the other. Soon after, Huoba and Buying also charged forward. Sun Shuo once again emitted a cold snort when he saw that the situation was not good. He waved his sleeves and numerous Doqi pillars smashed toward the two people who were charging over and Xiao Yan, who was currently standing opposite of them. Xiao Yan naturally did not dare to be careless in the face of an attack from a 3-star Dodi. His other hand was violently flipped. Doqi agglomerated and his palm violently met the attack. Yellow spring palm. Bang! A low cry sounded. Soon after, a muffled explosion sounded between Sun Shuo and Xiao Yan. A Doqi wave swept apart, forcing Xiao Yan and Sun Shuo to each take a step back. Soon after, the two of them once again grabbed the Doqi inheritance in front of them with their bare hands. Bai Ying and Huoba had already arrived in front of them. The four of them moved and their large hands each grabbed one side of the Doqi inheritance. Soon after, they once again attacked. Bang 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 bang. Successive explosions suddenly sounded. This time around, the four of them were all forced back. The black-robed Xiao Yan, being a bandit, was undoubtedly at a disadvantage in this exchange. However, he was still able to forcefully endure. While the four of them were being forced back, the Doqi inheritance in the hands of the statue was forcefully sent flying by the Doqi wave that was created from the collision between the four of them. Immediately, the crowd behind immediately charged forward like they had gone crazy. They intended to grab the Doqi inheritance with their hands. The expressions of Xiao Yan's group changed when they saw this scene. Their bodies moved and they once again charged toward the Doqi inheritance. However, just as everyone moved, no one noticed that when the Doqi inheritance left the hands of the statue, numerous golden lights swiftly agglomerated in the eyes of the beautiful lady statue, transforming into a mysterious formation. The golden light was bright, but everyone present was completely unaware of it. Once Xiao Yan's group charged into the crowd, a bright golden light immediately shot out from the pair of eyes of the statue. In the blink of an eye, two golden light beams broke through the air and ruthlessly shot toward the group where Xiao Yan was located. The two golden light beams soared with the wind. In the blink of an eye, they had already transformed into two frightening golden light beams that were 100 feet in thickness. Only when the light beams arrived in front of everyone did Xiao Yan's group hurriedly react. Immediately, everyone present was greatly shocked. They hurriedly scattered in all directions. However, only a couple of people withdrew. Even Xiao Yan could only rely on the 3,000 lightning movement in order to bitterly dodge the two light beams. Soon after, Xiao Yan had just relaxed when his spiritual strength suddenly sensed that a person had appeared behind him at an unknown time. The person waved his large hand and a ruthless palm mercilessly smashed toward Xiao Yan's back. At this moment, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that the latter was undoubtedly a 3-star Dodi. With such a close distance and adding his current condition, Xiao Yan did not hesitate in his heart. The footsteps of his feet changed and the sky extinction step was used as a conditioned reflex. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's body once again dodged when the palm of the person behind him landed. Even though this was the case, that palm still shattered the clothes on Xiao Yan's back. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan's body had just stabilized when his heart immediately reacted. His gaze abruptly looked over. Indeed, those people in the sky, who had already recovered, were all staring at him, including Sun Shuo. This is the sky extinction step. Sun Shuo softly muttered in his mouth. In the blink of an eye, a scarlet color swiftly surged into both of his eyes. You are Xiao Yan. Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website. Chapter 680. In the sky, Xiao Yan slowly turned around. His eyes swept around the place and finally met Sun Shuo's eyes from a distance. His eyebrows were tightly knitted under the black robe. He understood in his heart that this time around, there was likely going to be trouble. When the many elite Do Di present heard the words that came out of Sun Shuo's mouth, everyone involuntarily threw surprised gazes at Xiao Yan. They did not expect that this black-robed person, who had relied on his own strength to destroy a stone block with a punch, would actually be the Xiao Yan that the four large sects had racked their brains to eliminate. Xiao Yan. So he is actually that Xiao Yan. It is said that not long ago, he had caused havoc in Coldstream City. I did not expect that he would actually come to the desolate ancient remains this time around. There is going to be a good show to watch now. Earlier, I heard that Sun Hanshi had died in Xiao Yan's hands, but I did not believe it. Now, it seems that Xiao Yan will definitely not return this time around. As numerous gazes that were filled with surprise were gradually withdrawn, cold laughter that was filled with mockery was emitted from the crowd. At the same time, Sun Shuo's face had become as dark as water. The killing intent deep within his eyes was about to spew out. Puff! Suddenly, Sun Shuo's body shook. With a puffed sound, the powerful Do Qi in his body crazily surged out of his body. Following which, Sun Shuo suddenly clenched his fist and a large blade immediately appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, Bai Ying, who was in the distant sky, could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. His gaze first glanced over before quickly looking at Zhuolin's location. He believed that given Zhuo Bentang's character, he would definitely not take the initiative to attack Xiao Yan unless he was instructed by Zhuolin. Sure enough, after noticing Bai Ying's gaze, Zhuolin also looked over. Immediately, the corners of Zhuolin's mouth lifted into an arc as he laughed coldly. Seeing this, Bai Ying's heart immediately stilled. He could not help but feel shocked by Zhuolin's frightening judgment. Ever since Xiao Yan had entered the remains, he had not revealed any flaws in his vision. Even so, Zhuolin was still able to recognize him. It must be said that Zhuolin was really a frightening person. This fellow is actually Xiao Yan. On the other side of the empty space, Huaba's face was filled with disbelief as he stared at Xiao Yan, who was the focus of everyone's attention. This mysterious person, whom he had hoped to befriend earlier, had unexpectedly become Xiao Yan, whom the four large sects wanted to capture in the blink of an eye. This kind of contrast caused Huaba's heart to feel as though it had been struck by lightning. "You're the one who killed my son, Hanshi." Sun Shuo's voice was cold and hoarse. His face had become unusually distorted at this moment. The large blade in his hand was lifted forward and the tip of the blade, which reflected a dense, cold glint, was pointed at Xiao Yan. The veins on his hand, which was holding the hilt of the blade, bulged. Due to the great force, it caused his entire hand to tremble slightly. When he heard this, Xiao Yan noncommittally shrugged his shoulders. He softly smiled and asked, "If I said no, would you believe me?" The muscles on the corner of Sun Shuo's eyes immediately trembled intensely when Xiao Yan's words were uttered. Soon after, he waved the large blade in his hand and consecutively hacked 3 times in front of him. Immediately, 3 frightening blade glows with shocking auras tore through the empty space and ruthlessly charged toward Xiao Yan. 3-blade tribulation. Sun Shuo's body suddenly shook after his cry sounded. His feet quickly and violently stepped on empty air. His strong body shot explosively toward Xiao Yan like a cannonball that had been shot out of its barrel. The large blade in Sun Shuo's hand danced and forcefully tore the empty space in front of him into pieces. His body that was charging forward also became even more swift and violent. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes swiftly became ice cold when he saw the 3-blade auras and Sun Shuo shooting toward him. The Do Qi in his body surged wildly and the large hand under his sleeves was violently waved. The dark black heavy Xian ruler immediately appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. Since his identity had already been recognized, there was naturally no need for him to continue hiding. A thought passed through his mind and the black robe that covered his head slowly scattered. At the same time, he twisted his wrist and the dark black heavy ruler carried a heavy pressure as it fell from the empty space beside him. The heavy ruler fell and emitted a soft sound of breaking air. Soon after, Xiao Yan's arm shook slightly. One could hear a puffed sound and a brilliant, heavenly flame immediately covered the entire huge ruler. Flaming swallowing tsunami. In the next instant, the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was violently swung forward. The heavenly flame flew and formed a brilliant rainbow that violently cut through the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. Soon after, it violently collided with the three-blade auras that were heading toward him. Bang! The explosion shook the world. Soon after, a powerful energy storm swiftly swept out in all directions with the point of collision as the epicenter. Everyone in the battleground swiftly withdrew when they saw this scene. At the same time, the people from the other three clans quietly turned their gazes toward the Doqi inheritance. Taking advantage of the time when everyone was distracted, this was the best time to fight for the Doqi inheritance. Hence, the three large clans led by Zhuolin had also begun their own fight while the battle on this side had just begun. Haha, young Master Zhua is really extremely scheming. It is unexpected that you are actually able to guess that the black-robed person is Xiao Yan. I really admire you. Bai Ying, Hua Ba, and Zhuolin's clans each occupied one side in the sky. They formed a triangle that surrounded the Doqi inheritance in the middle. Haha, I was merely guessing. It is just that I did not expect that the one who would appear would actually be Xiao Yan. Don't you agree, clan leader Bai? Zhuolin's gaze stared at Bai Ying, who was currently laughing loudly at him. His eyes slowly narrowed as he spoke with a deeper meaning. Ugh, Bai Ying could not help but be slightly startled when Zhuolin's words were spoken. A cold glint involuntarily surged deep within his sharp eyes. On the other side, Hua Ba was listening to the somewhat strange conversation between the two parties in front of him. His eyes rotated and he looked at Zhuolin. He smiled and said, Haha, young Master Zhua, from your words. I'm afraid that there is some other meaning. Hua Ba turned to look at Bai Ying after he spoke. His gaze seemed to be waiting for the latter's reply. Humph, Bai Ying let out a faint cold snort. However, he did not say anything. Zhuolin also smiled in a noncommittal manner and did not continue speaking. Despite this, his heart was almost certain that the strength of the Bai clans by Zhan was definitely not much weaker than his. Zhuolin's heart involuntarily felt a solemnness when he thought of this. If this was really the case, this Bai clan had really hidden it very deeply. Swoosh! In the next moment, Hua Ba suddenly turned his body and took the lead to charge toward the Doqi inheritance. Since the two of you are so modest, I shall accept it on your behalf. Soon after, the Bai and Zhuo clans swiftly recovered. Both parties let out a cold snort at the same time. Their bodies moved and they also charged forward without any hesitation. At the same time, on the square, the energy storm that had swept out because of the explosion had yet to scatter. However, one after another, intense collision sounds continued to be emitted from within it, causing the expressions of everyone around to change. Bang! Suddenly, another intense metallic collision sound appeared. Two human figures suddenly flew out from within the energy storm that had yet to scatter. They both withdrew by 1,000 feet and glared at each other with furious eyes. Everyone looked over and saw that the bodies of these two people were actually injured. From the looks of it, after the intense collision earlier, these two people each had their own strengths and none of them could do anything to the other. My son's life will be repaid with your blood. Sun Shuo's mouth panted intensely for a moment. Soon after, he suddenly raised his head. Killing intent surged within his eyes. His wrist swiftly rotated and the large blade in his hand rotated once in his palm before being violently thrown out. The blade was pointed forward and ruthlessly pierced toward Xiaoyan. A sharp piercing sound of air being split was immediately emitted wherever the large blade passed. Even the empty space was forcefully torn apart, forming numerous clear crack lines. Ha! After which, Sun Shuo's mouth suddenly emitted a stern cry that shook the sky. At the same time, his strong tiger body shook violently. His body once again flashed and actually appeared in front of Xiaoyan. His large hand was tightly clenched into a fist. Yellow dough qi crazily surged out and wrapped around his entire fist. Soon after, he furiously smashed it toward Xiaoyan's head. From the looks of it, he clearly intended to take Xiaoyan's life with a single blow. Xiaoyan did not show any signs of weakness in the face of this. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame within his body churned. The heavy huge ruler in his hand danced up and down, carrying an extremely frightening strength as it violently chopped toward the incoming fist. Bang! A muffled banged sound appeared. Xiaoyan's body could not help but fly back. Sun Shuo could be said to have paid quite a great price in this collision. Of course, the result was that he had defeated Xiaoyan with a single blow. But soon after, Sun Shuo's body once again flashed. At the same time, the instant the latter's body disappeared, only then did Xiaoyan see that the large blade was also rushing toward him. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan did not even need to think in his heart. He violently waved the huge ruler in his hand in front of him and easily blocked the large blade that was coming toward him. However, before Xiaoyan could catch his breath, Sun Shuo's body suddenly appeared behind him in the next moment. A fist heavily landed on Xiaoyan's head. Die! It was only at this moment that Xiaoyan completely regained his senses. The previous attack was only a feint. Even this blade was only used to divert his attention. At this moment, Sun Shuo, who had suddenly appeared behind him, was the real killing blow. His heart slightly tightened. He did not expect Sun Shuo to actually have such a plan. However, Xiaoyan immediately released a cold snort from his nose. His body moved and dodged to the side without any hesitation. Even though he knew that he could not dodge, Xiaoyan's heart did not have the slightest bit of panic. Immediately, in the next moment, just as Sun Shuo's fist was about to land on Xiaoyan's head, a strange black light suddenly burst out from under Xiaoyan's sleeves and forcibly blocked Sun Shuo's fist. Bang! As the blow landed, Xiaoyan's body successfully dodged. Even though he seemed to be in a sorry state, fortunately, he did not suffer any injuries. Looking over in the blink of an eye, Sun Shuo's body and mind could not help but hurriedly take 100 steps back. Only then did his body shake and forcefully stabilize himself in the empty space. When he raised his eyes and looked over, he saw a small snake that was only half the length of an adult's arm. Its body was curled as it stood in the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. A pair of gem-like scarlet eyes were currently staring at Sun Shuo with killing intent. This was the narwhal snake. Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Mobile version reading website, M. Chapter 681. So it's you, you bastard. Sun Shuo let out a furious rebuke, filled with killing intent. Roar! The narwhal snake released a roar when it heard Sun Shuo's words. At the same time, its petite body suddenly twisted and returned to its original size in the blink of an eye. Humph, so what if you've returned to your original form? You're just a one-star Dodi. In front of true strength, your body is just like an ant. The expression in Sun Shuo's eyes involuntarily changed when he saw that the narwhal snake had returned to its original form. Soon after, disdain surged onto his face. He was right. In the Yuanwu continent, everything was based on one's strength. In this place, one would not be afraid of others because of their size. Instead, one would only be afraid of one's strength. The strong preyed on the weak. Do Qi and Genesis Qi were the true rules of this world. Oh. Is that so? Since it's not your match, what if I join in? Xiao Yan smiled coldly. Sun Shuo's words were indeed undeniable. However, one should not forget that the narwhal snake was not the only one on Xiao Yan's side. Humph. Sun Shuo snorted coldly and did not give an accurate answer. Instead, he waved his large hand and the large blade in his hand immediately emitted a sharp sound of rushing wind. Seeing this, Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake exchanged a look. Immediately, they nodded in tacit understanding. In the next moment, they moved together and charged towards Sun Shuo. Humph. Die. Sun Shuo let out a disdainful snort when he saw this. His body moved and the large blade in his hand danced as he charged towards Xiao Yan. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, as the situation gradually developed, the remaining dozens of Do Di also joined in and fought over the Do Qi inheritance. The battles in the two places slowly became increasingly intense with the flow of time. In the end, the Do Qi inheritance was like a volleyball that was repeatedly being passed around above the heads of the elite Do Di. Each time an elite Do Di obtained it, more elite Do Di from the divine prefecture would join hands and attack him. This resulted in the current situation. As for Xiao Yan's side, although the combined might of Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake was not bad, Sun Shuagua was indeed a 3-star Do Di. With his own powerful strength, he was able to suppress Xiao Yan and Sun Shuagua for a short period of time. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel heavy. At the same time, King Jiangbei once again took action. As expected, with the help of the Northern King, Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake joined hands. Additionally, there was the Northern King who had an undying body. No matter how Sun Shuo attacked, he would be blocked by Wang Qiangxing. Although the price he had to pay was quite heavy, it was fortunate that he had the frightening recovery ability of the Dark Black Thunderbolt. The injuries that the Northern King suffered would swiftly recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene caused Sun Shuo's expression to turn green. How could he have expected that this puppet with frightening strength in front of him would not only be unable to die, it actually possessed such a frightening recovery ability? How could he continue fighting such a monstrous opponent? He thought about Xiao Yan again. Could it be that this puppet and its master were made from the same mold? Each was more frightening than the other. However, even so, Xiao Yan had killed his son. No matter what, he would make Xiao Yan pay for this debt today. Of course, in the end, this was merely Sun Shuo's willful thinking. With the narwhal snake and the Northern King protecting him, in addition to Xiao Yan's strength that far exceeded his own level, it was impossible for Sun Shuo to defeat the three of them by himself. Bang! After a loud sound was emitted, the purple-gold body of the Northern King flew back uncontrollably. From the looks of it, it had clearly received another attack from Sun Shuo. However, Xiao Yan and the Northern King appeared to have become accustomed to this. The expression on their faces did not change even a little. Instead, the attacks from their hands became even sharper. Even Sun Shuo had no choice but to withdraw when he saw such an attack. TSK, Xiao Yan, this puppet of yours is really frightening. This kind of strange recovery ability. If there were a few more of you, I'm afraid that you would not even need to do anything. You would be able to exhaust this fellow to death. The narwhal snake could not help but smack its lips and laugh when it saw the dent on the surface of the Northern King's body that was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, it swung its tail heavily and forced Sun Shuo's body back. After which, it looked at Xiao Yan. Hearing this, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. He laughed bitterly and said, "How could there be such a thing in this world? How can there be such a good thing in this world? You have underestimated this puppet. An ordinary puppet's strength can at the very most reach the Do Zun class. The reason why the Northern King was able to advance to the Do-D class is not only because of the uniqueness of its body, but also because some inexplicable changes had occurred within its body. It is also because of these changes that its recovery speed far exceeds that of an ordinary puppet. Hearing these words, the narwhal snake appeared to have understood as it nodded its large head. Soon after, it turned its gaze and once again looked at Sun Shuo. At this moment, Sun Shuo had also widened his eyes. He stared at Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake opposite him. These two fellows in front of him had not only used a puppet to suppress his strength, but they were also chatting in front of him. It was as though they did not place him in their eyes at all. Damn it! Do you really think that I am unable to finish you off? Feeling furious in his heart, Sun Shuo immediately roared at the sky. After a long roar, the Do-Chi within his body was like a yellow river that had burst a dam as it wildly surged out of his body. Even his aura, which had gradually become sluggish, swiftly recovered to its peak within a short moment. In the end, the aura of Sun Shuo's body was even stronger than when he was at his peak. At this moment, Sun Shuo's strength had already reached the advanced 3-star Do-D class. He was only a short distance away from becoming a 4-star Do-D. Secret technique. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened when he saw this scene. However, just as this thought had surfaced in Xiao Yan's heart, soon after, Sun Shuo's body moved. He left behind an afterimage on the spot as his body disappeared. An instant later, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. The heavy Xian ruler in his hand was violently hacked forward without any hesitation. In the next instant, one could hear the clear sound of metal colliding. Sparks shot out and a sharp blade suddenly appeared in the space in front of Xiao Yan. Soon after, Sun Shuo's body also slowly appeared. You are the first person in so many years to be able to force me to use the blood transformation skill. Sun Shuo's eyes were scarlet as he let out a ferocious cry. His body suddenly shook and a frightening Do-Chi suddenly poured down from the large blade in front of Xiao Yan's rapidly changing expression. With just one attack, it sent Xiao Yan's body flying. Grug, little Yan's face suddenly turned red. Soon after, she could not help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Only then did she raise her head. She saw that the narwhal snake had been violently stepped on by Sun Shuo. When the strength of a 3-star Do-D was completely unleashed, it was not something that a 1-star Do-D could match. At that moment, the North King, who had fully recovered from his injuries, appeared in front of Sun Shuo like a cannonball. He swung his huge fist and smashed it down heavily on Sun Shuo's head. Get lost. After the word "get lost" sounded, Sun Shuo was no longer dispirited this time around. Instead, he regained his domineering aura. His scarlet eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. After sending the Northern King flying with a single blade, Sun Shuo's Do-Chi wildly surged and his evil aura soared. Sun Shuo's gaze turned and landed on Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, hand over your life. Suddenly, a loud roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Sun Shuo's feet stomped on the narwhal snake's body fiercely. A huge force poured out and his body shot forward. The narwhal snake under his feet let out a mournful hiss in pain. Sun Shuo's figure was like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he streaked across the empty space and arrived in front of Xiao Yan. At this moment, the Northern King, who had been sent flying, and the narwhal snake, once again charged forward with all their might in an attempt to forcefully block Sun Shuo's figure. However, the man and the snake were once again sent flying by Sun Shuo. This time around, the Northern King had temporarily lost his ability to fight. Only the narwhal snake was left. It still tried its best to charge forward and block Sun Shuo for Xiao Yan. Bang! 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 The single-horned whale snake was violently sent flying again and again without any mercy. The chi on its body had become weak from its training. At this moment, Xiao Yan was also using all his strength to maneuver the dou qi within his body and pour it into the heavy Xian ruler in his hand. With the pouring of dou qi, the brilliant heavenly flame on the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler suddenly flourished. A terrifying aura with a powerful aura was gradually emitted from it. Seeing that the qi on the heavy Xian ruler in his hand was gradually becoming thicker, at this moment, Sun Shuo's body had arrived in front of Xiao Yan a step earlier. At the same time, behind him, a golden light shot forward once again. This time around, Sun Shuo did not even turn his head. With a flip of his hand, he sent the ball of golden light flying backward. Behind it, the narwhal snake charged forward once again. Faced with this sudden ball of golden light, the narwhal snake was just about to let out a hiss when the ball of light suddenly entered its body. At this moment, other than Sun Shuo, who did not care about the outside world, everyone present was staring at the narwhal snake in shock. Even the faces of the people from the three great clans were filled with shock. Chapter 682. Killing intent spread over the enormous open ground. A vast and mighty dou qi pressure descended from the sky. Dozens of elite doudis fought and collided intensely in the empty space. The atmosphere in the arena had also become increasingly solemn until a certain moment. The instant the narwhal snake swallowed the golden light cluster that was heading toward it, everyone's bodies appeared to have instantly turned into statues. The atmosphere in the arena also suddenly became still. This extremely sudden scene in the arena caused everyone to be instantly stunned. The expressions of those elite doudi, who were still fighting for the dou qi inheritance a moment ago, suddenly changed drastically in the next moment. All of their faces involuntarily revealed a stunned expression. They did not expect that this dou qi inheritance would actually end up in the mouth of this beast. This fellow, actually swallowed the dou qi inheritance. Seeing this dramatic scene in the arena, the muscles on the corner of the mouth of the elite doudi involuntarily twitched intensely. Their group had been fighting with each other for a while. There were even some who had paid quite a hefty price because of this. Wasn't it just this dou qi inheritance? Now, it was actually given away by Sun Shuo with a backhand slap. At this moment, the people present even had the intention to kill. Sun Shuo, who was currently in the empty space, was completely unaware of all of this. He, who was facing Xiao Yan, was currently imagining the tragic manner of Xiao Yan dying under his blade in his heart. You dare to kill my son. This D will definitely tear you into 10,000 pieces. Sun Shuo's body suddenly moved at the same time the roar sounded from his mouth. He raised the blade in his hand and slashed it down with all his might at Xiao Yan's head. The empty space was completely shattered wherever the blade passed. Before the blade landed, a frightening wind had already violently landed on Xiao Yan's head. It was just like an invisible sharp blade that randomly blew apart the hair on Xiao Yan's head. The powerful aura caused Xiao Yan to feel an intense piercing pain on his scalp. Chi! With a twist of his wrist, the enormous ruler was also lifted at this moment. It violently met the large blade that was descending from the sky above. Xiao Yan was not a person who was afraid of death. Even though Sun Shuo's strength was frightening, this was not a reason for him to be afraid and withdraw. Moreover, Xiao Yan clearly understood in his heart that he did not have the slightest path of retreat when faced with an opponent of this level. Instead of giving up so easily, it was better to go all out. At times, it was not impossible to fight for a chance of survival. However, just as the heavy Xian ruler in Xiao Yan's head violently collided with the large blade that was descending from above, a frightening energy storm suddenly attacked the two people from behind them. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of them. The frightening energy storm did not give the two of them any chance to react. Just as the weapons in their hands were about to collide, it had already arrived in front of them. It was like a frightening wave that instantly sent the two of them flying. They drifted with the wave until they were 1,000 feet away. Only then did the two of them recover in a solemn manner. However, when the two of them raised their eyes and looked over, they were shocked to discover that the source of this energy storm was actually the narwhal snake that was currently the focus of everyone's attention. This fellow, what did it do? Why is its aura? Xiao Yan frowned as he looked at the narwhal snake in the battleground. He involuntarily knit his brows. However, when he discovered that the aura within the latter's body had suddenly become extremely powerful, the expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly changed. Through the probing of his spiritual strength, the strength of the narwhal snake had actually been forcefully raised from its original 1-star Do-D to an initial 3-star Do-D for some unknown reason. Moreover, from the looks of this momentum, it seemed that it would continue to rise. This fellow, what exactly did it do? This change in merely a short moment caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel extremely shocked. Even if this was because it had swallowed the monster core of the snake-type magical beast, it was impossible for its strength to rise by so much. After all, even the strength of that snake was merely a 2-star Do-D. However, the strength of the narwhal snake had been forcefully raised to the level of a 3-star Do-D. This caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely uncertain in his heart. Of course, other than Xiao Yan, there was also Sun Shuo who was similarly shocked in his heart at this moment. Although all of this was caused by him, he was completely unaware of it. Hence, he did not have the slightest clue in his heart when he saw the strength of the narwhal snake becoming increasingly powerful. Damn it, why did the strength of this beast suddenly rise by so much? Sun Shuo frowned tightly. His face was filled with a deep solemnness as he involuntarily cursed. Sun Shuo, I'm afraid that I will have to ask you about this. Just as Sun Shuo spat out these words from his mouth, Bai Ying, who was in the crowd, suddenly laughed coldly and said. Once these words were spoken, the surrounding elite Do-D immediately threw numerous dense gazes at Sun Shuo. This caused the latter to involuntarily reveal a doubtful expression. What did this matter have to do with him? Humph, looks like clan leader's son is still unaware of the good deed that he has done. In that case, allow me to explain it to you. Soon after, Hua Ba, who was in another part of the crowd, also laughed coldly at this moment. An icy cold smile was also revealed on his face. From that smile, it was not difficult to see that Hua Ba was suppressing a fury in his heart at this moment. What exactly do all of you mean by these words? Sun Shuo's brows were tightly knit together. Soon after, Hua Ba opened his mouth and described everything that had happened earlier. After hearing Hua Ba's description, the expressions on Sun Shuo's and Xiao Yan's faces were greatly different. There was naturally no need to say anything more about Xiao Yan. When he heard that the Do-Chi inheritance had actually landed in the mouth of the narwhal snake, he naturally felt surprised for the latter in his heart. At the same time, he also rejoiced for himself. A 3-star Do-D who could contend against the 4 great clans had finally appeared by his side. In this way, Xiao Yan did not need to be too worried during this trip to the remains. A 3-star Do-D was sufficient to cause this group of people in front of them to be afraid. As long as the narwhal snake was present, even these 4 people in front of them would not dare to easily attack. As 3-star Do-D, they knew how difficult it was to deal with a strong person of the same class. Moreover, the narwhal snake was an ancient unique species. Its strength far surpassed an ordinary magical beast. If they were of the same class, even they might not be a match for it. At this moment, the expression on Sun Shuo's face had turned green after hearing Hua Ba's words. He did not expect that his unintentional attack would actually cause such a situation. A 3-star Do-D class narwhal snake was something that Sun Shuo naturally knew how troublesome it was. Immediately, the solemn expression on his face became even denser. On the other side of the crowd, the other 3 clans were also looking at Sun Shuo with cold and indifferent expressions. If it were not for this fellow, the Do-Chi inheritance would definitely land in their hands. This was especially the case for Zhuolin. His strength had reached that of a 2-star Do-D and he was determined to obtain the Do-Chi inheritance. Once he obtained it, his position within the sect in the future would be unshakable. However, all of this had been completely destroyed because of Sun Shuo. How could this not cause him to feel furious in his heart? However, he also knew that from the looks of the current situation, it was clearly impossible to deal with Sun Shuo here. Forget about the other two clans beside him, just Xiao Yan's clan alone was enough to cause him trouble. In order to consider the overall situation, he could only forcefully suppress the resentment in his heart. Xiao Yan, looking at Xiao Yan, who was currently standing together with the narwhal snake, Sun Shuo's heart was filled with murderous intent that could not be removed. His heart wished that he could tear Xiao Yan into pieces and swallow him. However, he also knew that with the narwhal snake beside him, it was impossible to touch Xiao Yan. Humph. Xiao Yan, don't tell me that you only know how to hide behind other people. First, it was the puppet. Now, you even need to rely on this beast. Don't tell me that you only have this little trick up your sleeve. Sun Shuo, whose heart was filled with fury, clenched his teeth. Both of his eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. The murderous intent in his eyes was about to overflow. It was a long while later before he finally spoke in a disdainful tone. Ha! Hearing this, Xiao Yan coldly smiled. His eyes revealed ridicule as he looked at the other party. He gently shook his head and immediately laughed coldly. Don't tell me that everyone from the Sun clan is like this. With the strength of a Do Di, you actually have to say such words time and time again when facing a half Di. Ha! I'm afraid that your strength as a Do Di has really been cultivated to a dog's body. Xiao Yan. Just as Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, Sun Shuo's originally gloomy face instantly turned red. At the same time that an angry cry was emitted from his mouth, his body suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. He waved the large blade in his hand and viciously chopped down on Xiao Yan's head. Roar! However, immediately after, in the empty space beside Xiao Yan, the huge narwhal snake suddenly twisted its body. Its huge snake tail viciously swung and immediately after, a heavy blow instantly landed on Sun Shuo's chest. Bang! Following a muffled thump, Sun Shuo's body flew back uncontrollably. A large mouthful of fresh bright red blood was spat out. Only then did Sun Shuo stagger back 100 steps in the empty space before coming to a stop with great difficulty. The moment he raised his head, Sun Shuo immediately saw the huge body of the narwhal snake. At this moment, the latter's body was curled up as it protected Xiao Yan within it. From the looks of the aura and pressure that continued to spread from its body, the strength of the narwhal snake was actually still swiftly rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the strength of the latter had actually reached the middle level of a 3-star Do Di. It was not inferior to the people from the 4 great clans present. It was likely that if it was allowed to continue like this, its strength would have an extremely high possibility of breaking through to the 4-star Do Di class. Thinking of this, the people from the other 3 great clans present involuntarily knit their brows. This was especially the case for Zhuolin. After sensing the change in the aura on the narwhal snake's body, his heart became extremely depressed. If nothing unexpected happened, the Do Chi inheritance should have belonged to him. However, in the end, it was actually swallowed into the mouth of the narwhal snake in front of him. This was really something that he had difficulty accepting. Sun Shuo, at the end of the day, the accident this time around is all because of you. Once we return, the 3 of us will join forces to report this matter to the sect. I wonder just what kind of situation your Sun clan will face at that time. At this moment, Huoba narrowed his eyes. His gaze stared at Sun Shuo as he spoke with an unknown meaning. The expression on Sun Shuo's face suddenly sunk when these words were uttered. Being one of the 4 great clans, he naturally understood the methods of the Sky Sword sect. Once the 3 clans in front of him really joined forces to report this matter, it was likely that his Sun clan would not have an easy time in the future, much less suppress the other 3 clans under their feet. What are you planning to do? It was a long while later before Sun Shuo finally spoke in a low and deep voice. It was likely that no one present would believe that Huo Ba was still able to say such words at such a time. If one were to say that he had no motive, it was likely that no one present would believe it. Haha, Huo Ba smiled faintly. His body moved and he brought Hu Tianyi behind him to an empty space not far away from Sun Shuo. Following Huo Ba's action, Bai Ying and the 2 people from the Zhuo clan also moved at this moment from the other 2 directions. They charged out of the crowd and took up a position in the north, south, east and west. The current Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene. He glanced at the 4 factions in front of him and a bad premonition involuntarily rose in his heart. Xiao Yan was naturally not afraid of Sun Shuo's clan alone. However, if the 4 great clans were to join forces, even Xiao Yan would have difficulty dealing with them. Sure enough, at the same time this thought rose in Xiao Yan's heart, Huo Ba on the opposite side looked at Sun Shuo with a cold smile. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. He snorted and said, "We can suppress this matter and act as though nothing has happened. However, since we have come, our 4 great clans will naturally not return empty-handed. Even if we are unable to obtain the Do Qi inheritance, if we are able to bring Xiao Yan back, it can be said that we have made up for our mistakes with merit." Huo Ba laughed coldly. At the same time, the other 3 clans also immediately understood the meaning of his words. Without the Do Qi inheritance, Huo Ba had now placed his target on Xiao Yan. "You want me to join forces with you?" Sun Shuo sighed in relief in his heart. However, he did not dare to be careless and could only carefully ask. At the same time, the Baiying and Zhuolin clans also frowned as they looked at Huo Ba. The latter laughed mockingly and coldly said, "Join forces. Cuckoo, you can consider it as joining forces. However, your target is the narwhal snake. As for me, or should I say, we will capture Xiao Yan." Huo Ba glanced at Baiying and Zhuolin beside him as his words sounded. If he were to attack, these 2 clans would definitely not be at peace. Hence, he could only say this. "Why should we?" "You." "Haha, Sun Shuo, don't forget your current situation. You do not have the qualification to quibble with us. Otherwise, if our 3 clans join forces, your Sun clan will be removed from our 4 great clans in the future. You dare. What do you think?" The 2 of them spoke one after another. In the end, the Hua, Zhuo, and Bai clans all looked at Sun Shuo. This caused the latter's anger to rise, but at the same time, a sense of helplessness surged in his heart. Although Huo Ba's words could not be completely believed, they could not be believed. His Sun clan might be one of the 4 large clans, but it was merely at the bottom. Even though this was the case, there were countless number of clans who coveted his Sun clan's position within the western region. Many factions were hoping that his Sun clan would fall. It was just that they did not have the opportunity to do so. Now, however, Sun Shuo's mistake had caused Xiao Yan's side to actually increase greatly. This was coincidentally a perfect excuse, an excuse that could push the Sun clan out of the 4 large clans. Sun Shuo helplessly thought in this manner in his heart. His body stood blankly in the same spot for a long time. The moment he thought of his son's death, the fury in his heart could not be suppressed. However, at the same time, he also knew that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to kill Xiao Yan. In front of him, these 3 clans had acted with their own motives. However, this could also be considered to have used another method to take revenge for Sun Hanxi. Helplessly sighing, Sun Shuo slowly raised his head after a long time. He looked at the people from the other 3 clans in front of him and said in a deep voice, "All right, I will stop the narwhal snake, Xiao Yan, don't worry, as long as you can stop the narwhal snake, with our strength, we can naturally take down Xiao Yan." Huo Ba grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. The disdain in his words was self-evident. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 683. On the large square, there were many strong people standing. Numerous gazes of various colors were looking at the 7 figures in the square and the huge snake. These 7 people were Buying from the Bai clan, Sun Shuo from the Sun clan, Hua Ba and Hua Tianyi from the Hua clan, as well as Zhuo Bentang and Zhuo Lin from the Zhuo clan. As for the huge snake, needless to say, it was naturally the narwhal snake. Xiao Yan's figure stood tall and straight at a certain spot in the square. Beside him, the narwhal snake, whose aura had become increasingly dense, was curled up. Its scarlet tongue was occasionally extended into the air. Gradually, a powerful aura spread from the narwhal snake's body. It was like an invisible storm that swiftly swept across the square, causing the faces of most of the people present to become extremely ugly. Even the people from the 4 great clans, who were currently surrounding Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan, had an unusually solemn expression on their faces. In just a short period of time, the strength of the narwhal snake was already close to that of an advanced 3-star Dodi. This kind of growth speed might be laughed at in the eyes of an ordinary person. However, one should not forget that the current narwhal snake was a Dodi. If it were to follow the most common training method, it would take an unknown number of years to break through from a 1-star Dodi to a 3-star Dodi. However, in just a short period of time, its strength had already risen to such a terrifying level. This was really unbelievable. In the square, Zhuo Lin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the narwhal snake. Every time he felt the aura within the latter's body becoming increasingly powerful, Zhuo Lin's heart could not help but tremble. His heart hated Sun Shuo to the bone. If it was not for him, the biggest winner in this trip would have been his Zhuo clan. However, now, there was no point in thinking too much. Zhuo Lin could only withdraw his gaze bitterly and landed on Xiao Yan's body. Zhuo Lin's eyes regained their sharpness. A thought passed through his mind and the Do Qi in his body swiftly flowed through the various Qi paths in his body. As long as he willed it, the powerful Do Qi would immediately surge out like a tidal wave. Even if he could not obtain the Do Qi inheritance, he must bring Xiao Yan back. No matter what, he could not return empty-handed from this trip to the remains. Of course, Zhuo Lin's family was not the only one with such thoughts in the square. The hearts of the members of the Huo clan were naturally filled with such thoughts. Only Buying from the Bai clan had a similarly cold expression when he looked at Xiao Yan. However, deep within his eyes, there was a different expression. Haha, Sun Shuo, I'll leave that beast to you. Suddenly, Hua Bai looked at Sun Shuo with a stern smile and said, Humph, I know it. Hearing the latter's words, Sun Shuo's heart was filled with anger. He could only reply coldly and turn his gaze back to the narwhal snake's body. Do beast! Do you dare to fight with me? Sun Shuo's expression was dense as he stared at the narwhal snake. After enduring the increasingly powerful aura within the latter's body, even with Sun Shuo's character, the muscles on his face involuntarily twitched. Despite this, Sun Shuo could only brace himself and face it. Sun Shuo's body moved as the words left his mouth. His feet stomped violently on the empty space. His body immediately shot up into the sky and looked down at the narwhal snake below him. Roar! With a low roar, the narwhal snake's body suddenly twisted. Soon after, it rose into the empty space and stood opposite Sun Shuo. A low roar was once again emitted from its mouth. At the same time, a majestic aura swept out from the narwhal snake's body. The expression on Sun Shuo's face involuntarily changed when he sensed the pressure of this aura. Within this short period of time, the strength of the narwhal whale snake had actually been raised to that of an advanced 3-star Dodi. Even when compared to Sun Shuo, who had already unleashed his secret technique, it would only be stronger. Damn it! This damned beast! Sun Shuo cursed furiously in his heart. However, before Sun Shuo could do anything, the narwhal snake on the opposite side had already twisted its enormous body and charged toward Sun Shuo. At the same time, Zhuolin and the others below once again moved closer to Xiao Yan. The 5 of them each took one side and formed a triangle shape, surrounding Xiao Yan in the middle. It is unexpected that you are Xiao Yan, whose name has shaken the western region. In the past, I have only heard that a young man like you actually possessed such great ability and caused the 4 large sects to have a headache. Now that I have met you, you are really even younger than the rumors. It is really true that there are many heroes among the younger generation. Only after personally sending Sun Shuo off did Huoba look at Xiao Yan with a smile that was not a smile. His tone also contained some surprise. Although he and the others had an enemy relationship with the black-robed young man in front of them, Huoba had no choice but to admit that the Xiao Yan in front of him was indeed an outstanding person of his generation. Being able to obtain such a battle result that shocked the entire western region at such a young age really left one speechless. Hearing this, Xiao Yan coldly glanced at the latter. His gaze swept over the people from the 3 clans in front of him one by one. Only then did he look at Huoba and coldly laughed. Elder Huoba really thinks highly of me. You actually need so many elite Do Di to personally come to deal with a Bandi. Not only are you bullying the weak, but you are also bullying the weak with numbers. I can be considered to have seen the way the 4 large clans do things. At the end of his words, Xiao Yan actually cupped his hands toward the few people in front of him. The corner of his mouth parted into a mocking smile. This also caused the surrounding elite Do Di to begin to whisper. Hearing the whispers that were transmitted from the surrounding crowd, the expressions of the people from the 3 clans in front of him involuntarily sank. Huoba's expression was especially ugly. Soon after, Zhuolin coldly laughed and took a step forward. He faced Xiao Yan and coldly said, "If we were facing an ordinary Bandi, there would naturally be no need for us to make such a big fuss. However, since you are able to cause the 4 large sects to regard you so highly, our 4 large clans will naturally not underestimate you." Moreover, Mr. Xiao Yan had relied on his own strength to fight against hundreds of Bandi experts in the battle at Coldstream City a couple of months ago. Even a 9-star Bandi was unable to withstand the might of one punch from Mr. Xiao Yan. How would we dare to treat Mr. Xiao Yan as an ordinary Bandi? The surrounding crowd immediately turned into an uproar after Zhuolin's words were uttered. Everyone clearly understood the big battle at Coldstream City a couple of months ago. However, Xiao Yan's expression swiftly became gloomy after hearing Zhuolin's words. "Zhuolin, I am very curious. Just how did you recognize me? You sent Zhuo Bentang to attack me at that time. It is likely that no one would believe that you were unprepared." Xiao Yan's expression was gloomy as he spoke in an extremely cold tone. If it was not for Zhuolin in front of him, it was likely that no one would recognize him even if the situation had developed to this point. "Cuckoo, it must be said that ever since Mr. Xiao Yan entered the remains, you have not revealed any flaws. Even when you met us, you were extremely careful. The strength that you have displayed also caused us to not dare to easily create any friction with you." Everyone nodded in affirmation after these words were uttered. Otherwise, it was likely that there would not be only one who recognized Xiao Yan's identity. Of course, Buying was an exception. He had known about Xiao Yan's identity since the beginning. However, I'm afraid that you have forgotten that you had clearly displayed an extremely great strength outside of the remains. However, after entering the remains, your strength is limited to that of an ordinary Do Di. This is the first flaw. As for the second point that caused me to be suspicious, it is Sun Hanqi's death. Am I right? Zhuolin was just about to open his mouth when Xiao Yan spoke in a deep voice with a frown. This point was something that Xiao Yan had immediately thought of when he saw the smile on the corner of Zhuolin's mouth. Sun Hanqi's death allowed everyone to know that Xiao Yan was within the remains. Zhuolin, who had already suspected Xiao Yan, became even more suspicious of Xiao Yan after learning of this news. This was the real reason why Xiao Yan's identity had been exposed. Xiao Yan could not help but feel a fury rising in his heart when he thought of this. All of this was clearly being manipulated by someone else. The goal was to force Xiao Yan to show himself and attract attention, allowing him to achieve a deeper goal. Unfortunately, with the current Xiao Yan, it was still difficult for him to find the main culprit. At the very most, he could vaguely sense that this matter was inseparable from Bai Ying. Soon after, he helplessly dispelled this thought. Bai Ying had been traveling with his own clan members along the way. It was impossible for him to free himself to do anything else. As for the Hua clan, Xiao Yan had never met them. Moreover, they were the first to enter the remains. They did not even know that Xiao Yan had acted after that. It was even more impossible for them to frame him. Cuckoo, that's right. It is said that during the big battle in Coldstream City a few months ago, Xiao Yan ended up in the hands of the Bai clan. However, he managed to escape. According to the news that I obtained from the sect, it seems that someone robbed him along the way and saved him. Is this true? Suddenly, Zhuolin turned his gaze towards Bai Ying. His eyes stared at the latter as he spoke with a smile that was not a smile. Young Master Zhua, there is a hidden meaning in your words. Why? After all this talk, it seems that this matter is related to the clan leader. Bai Ying's expression turned cold as he spoke in a deep voice. Seeing this, Zhua Bentang, who was behind Zhuolin, immediately took half a step forward and blocked half of Zhuolin's body behind him. His eyes revealed a cold glint as he stared at Bai Ying. Cuckoo, why does clan leader Bai say this? I have only thought of it for a moment and casually mentioned it. Zhuolin gently placed his hand on Zhua Bentang's shoulder in front of him, causing the latter to feel a little more at ease. At the same time, his mouth once again emitted a soft laugh. Humph. Bai Ying coldly snorted when he heard these words. He did not say anything else. His gaze turned and looked at Xiao Yan. On the other side, Hua Ba's eyes rotated back and forth. He watched the conversation between the two parties and a cold smile swiftly flashed across the corner of his mouth. Humph humph. Zhuolin smiled faintly. His gaze immediately turned and looked at Xiao Yan. On the other side, Hua Ba did the same. The expression on Xiao Yan's face gradually became cold when he saw the three of them turn their gazes over. A thought passed through his heart and the Do Qi within the vortex within his body immediately followed his various Qi paths and swiftly circulated. He clenched his large hand and the dark black heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in it. After doing all this, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. Soon after, he flicked his finger and a black light flashed. The Northern King's body once again appeared beside Xiao Yan. The people from the three factions involuntarily frowned when the Northern King appeared. They had all witnessed the latter's strength. Even though they were 3-star Do Di, none of them dared to underestimate the Northern King. Cuckoo, I wonder which of our three factions will take the initiative to step forward and finish off this damn thing. Zhuolin smiled faintly. His gaze swept back and forth between Hua Ba and Bai Ying. The two of them frowned slightly when they heard this. However, they exchanged glances with each other. None of them moved. A short moment later, Bai Ying finally stepped forward with a somewhat gloomy expression. His gaze viciously stared at the two factions in front of him. Only then did he look at the Northern King beside Xiao Yan. Leave this evil creature to me. As for Xiao Yan, it will be up to you all. Bai Ying's body suddenly moved after his words sounded. He swiftly rushed toward the Northern King. At the same time, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart and the Northern King by the side swiftly received the order. The purple-gold flowing light lingered over its body as it suddenly moved. Its feet heavily stomped on the ground. Immediately, the ground under the Northern King's feet cracked into numerous spiderweb-like cracks. At the same time, the Northern King's body shot forward like a cannonball. It swiftly charged toward Bai Ying, who was charging toward it. Bang! In the next instant, the two collided with a loud bang. As an explosion rang out, Bai Ying and the Northern King's bodies flew backwards. Soon after, they stood in the air. At a closer look, a clear palm print had appeared on the Northern King's chest. At this moment, strange pitch-black lightning continuously surged out of the Northern King's body. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the palm print on his chest rapidly healed. At the same time, Bai Ying's expression was rather ugly. Although he had the upper hand in the previous exchange, the Northern King's punch had caused the blood in his body to churn. When everyone focused their gazes, they could clearly see that a palm-sized hole had appeared on Bai Ying's robes. Even the skin below had turned scarlet red. Bai Ying tightly clenched his teeth. He could not help but emit a hissing sound. Soon after, his expression suddenly sank as he turned his head to look at the Zhua and Huo clans on both sides. Don't tell me that all of you are just going to sit here and watch. The members of the two clans were involuntarily startled when these words were uttered. They immediately exchanged glances with each other. Soon after, Huo Ba looked at Bai Ying. His eyes narrowed as he smiled and said, "Clan leader Bai, you are at the very least a 3-star Dodi. Don't tell me that you cannot even finish off a puppet. Humph. If you can, why don't you come?" Ugh, Bai Ying's eyes widened. His mouth immediately emitted a furious cry. Immediately, it caused the people in front of him to be speechless. They immediately became quiet. They were naturally happy to be able to send away the experts by Xiao Yan's side. How would they easily shoulder this rock? Zhuolin and Huo Ba felt helpless in their hearts after Bai Ying spoke. Their eyes exchanged glances for an instant. Only then did they look at Xiao Yan. Puff! Soon after, a puff sound appeared. A dochi-like pillar that shot to the sky immediately rose from the bodies of the Zhua and Huo clans. 4 pairs of eyes looked at Xiao Yan at the same time. "Xiao Yan, are you going to take the initiative to leave with us, or do you want us to personally attack and kill you here?" Huo Ba's eyes emitted a dense dochi glow. He looked down at Xiao Yan from above. The words that were emitted from his mouth were like a rumbling thunder that reverberated over the entire stadium. "Cuckoo, I'm sorry. I will choose neither." Xiao Yan coldly laughed when he heard this. His body, which was covered by a black robe, shook slightly. Immediately, a brilliant flame swarmed out of his body and swiftly wrapped around Xiao Yan. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan had transformed into a flaming person whose entire body was burning with a fierce heavenly flame. "Stubborn fellow. Since you insist on seeking death, don't blame us for being impolite." Huo Ba's body moved after his cry sounded. His body suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot explosively towards Xiao Yan. At the same time, Huo Tianyi, Zhuolin, and Zhuo Bentang also turned their bodies and surrounded Xiao Yan in a half-encirclement. "Cuckoo, what a coincidence. I do not intend to be polite with all of you." A ridicule was involuntarily emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth when he saw the 4 people charging over explosively. The enormous ruler in his hand shook and a brilliant fire glow suddenly shot out from his eyes. Soon after, his body transformed into a fiery flowing light. It was like a falling star as it violently collided with the 4 human figures in the air without dodging or dodging. At this moment, the true battle had officially begun. Chapter 684. Xiao Yan, die. The expression on Huo Ba's face became increasingly cold as he watched Xiao Yan charge over without dodging. He waved his large hand and dochi spluttered from his palm. Soon after, it agglomerated into a large sword. With a twist of his wrist, dochi immediately agglomerated on the large sword. A bright glow was immediately emitted from it. The tip of the sword turned and violently pierced toward the incoming Xiao Yan. Before the tip of the sword arrived, an incomparably sharp sword aura had already swiftly descended above Xiao Yan's head. A powerful aura and pressure descended from above. It was as though Mount Tai was pressing down. Immediately, it caused Xiao Yan to have difficulty breathing. Even his forward charging speed was involuntarily affected. Die! Huoba's mouth immediately emitted a stern laugh when he saw this scene. The expression on his face became increasingly ferocious. At the same time, the hand that was holding the hilt of the large sword suddenly exerted a force. The turbulent dou qi within his body crazily surged out of his body and swiftly covered the large sword. The sword aura was strong, fierce, overbearing, but did not lose its sharpness. This sword was determined to take Xiao Yan's life. Behind him, Huatiani, Zhuo Bentang, and Zhuo Lin also swiftly followed. All of them wildly surged out the dou qi within their bodies. The strength of an elite dou di was fully displayed at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the distance between these four elite dou di and the current Xiao Yan swiftly closed. One could see that both parties would truly collide the next moment. At this moment, a vast and mighty spiritual strength suddenly swept out from between Xiao Yan's brows as he swiftly rushed forward. A brilliant, heavenly flame spluttered out from both of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, it swiftly agglomerated into a black-robed figure beside him. When the four people on the other side saw these four figures, the expressions on their faces involuntarily became sluggish. Even their bodies, which were flying forward, could not help but pause for an instant. The shock in their hearts was easy to imagine. This is Xiao Yan. Another Xiao Yan. How is this possible? This is definitely just an illusionary figure. At this moment, even with the mental fortitude of these four people, their hearts involuntarily felt a shock. Since the members of these two large clans were already in this manner, the hearts of the elite dou di outside of the battleground were naturally even more shocked. As elite dou di, they were naturally able to clearly sense that the second Xiao Yan that had suddenly appeared was emitting quite a strong aura and pressure. Although the strength of the pressure was merely that of a 5-star bandit, everyone present had some understanding of Xiao Yan. The strength of the latter's strength could not be determined by his cultivation level. It was just as Zhuo Lin had said. Xiao A. The moment the second Xiao Yan appeared, it took advantage of the absent-minded state of the four people in front of it to wave its large hand. A heavenly flame spluttered out and swiftly agglomerated into an enormous fire ruler. Soon after, the enormous ruler was swung downwards. It leaped and charged explosively toward the four people in front of it. At the same time, Zhuo Lin and the other three swiftly recovered. They swiftly suppressed the shock in their hearts. Soon after, dou qi shot out and violently collided with the two Xiao Yan in front of them. Bang! The next moment, an earth-shaking explosion was emitted. The four human figures in the sky staggered a couple of steps back. Soon after, their bodies shook slightly and the enormous force on their bodies was removed. They lifted their eyes and looked at Xiao Yan in front of them in a dense manner. As for the incarnation, it emitted a bang and burst apart at the same time Xiao Yan flew backwards. It turned into nothingness and disappeared from the open ground. Xiao Yan's feet violently stepped on the empty space. Numerous dark black spatial crack lines spread out from under his feet. An enormous force poured down. Soon after, the empty space suddenly collapsed. Only then did Xiao Yan's body come to a stop with great difficulty. Xiao Yan's mouth continuously panted. He sensed a faint bloody sweetness that was transmitted from his throat. The muscles on his face involuntarily trembled slightly. Compared to these four people, Xiao Yan was in an incomparably miserable state. The combined forces of the four elite dou di actually did not give him the slightest chance to fight back. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan completely understand that the four great clans were after all under the same command. Even though they usually fought openly and covertly and did not look favorably on each other, they would still stand on the same front when it came to a critical moment. This was something that Xiao Yan had not expected. If the four great clans each had their own thoughts and did not cooperate with each other, Xiao Yan would have the opportunity to benefit from it. However, he was currently facing four elite Do Di at the same time. The current Xiao Yan was far from being a match for them. In the empty space, Xiao Yan's eyebrows were tightly knit together. A thought passed through his mind and the Do Qi in his body swiftly surged. Only then did he suppress the churning blood in his body. Xiao Yan had suffered greatly from the attack just now. Originally, he thought that by relying on the strength of his incarnation, he would still be able to clash with it. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan had underestimated the strength of a Do Di. Moreover, he was facing four elite Do Di. Haha, I thought that you had some tricks up your sleeves. Looks like you are only so. It seems that I have overestimated you. Xiao Yan, I'll give you a forward evaluation. Unable to withstand a single blow. At this moment, Hua Ba, who was in the empty space opposite him, opened his eyes wide and stared at Xiao Yan. The corner of his mouth parted into a cold sneer. He waved his large hand and the huge sword in his hand danced. Immediately, a couple of sword glows with frightening auras shot explosively toward Xiao Yan. The whistling sound of rushing air spread over the open ground. Xiao Yan's expression suddenly became solemn. The hand that was holding the huge ruler once again exerted strength, emitting waves of creaking sounds. Soon after, a ruthless expression surged onto Xiao Yan's face. The Do Qi in his body swiftly flowed and the huge ruler in his hand was suddenly swung forward. Flaming swallowing tsunami. At the same time that he let out a stern cry in his heart, the huge heavy Xian ruler in Xiao Yan's hand also continuously hacked out. In the blink of an eye, a couple of brilliant ruler glows also violently met the couple of sword glows. Bang bang bang. Successive explosions were emitted in midair. Following them, wave after wave of energy ripples swiftly swept over the open ground like a cluster of fog, causing the empty space between the two to fluctuate unceasingly. Just as the energy ripples scattered, Xiao Yan heard a chi sound. A strong figure suddenly appeared in the empty space in front of him. At the same time, a huge sword that was half the size of Xiao Yan's body also fell towards Xiao Yan's head. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 685. The sudden appearance of Hua Ba caused the expressions of all the elite Do Dis outside of the arena to instantly change. Such a ghost-like speed was something that even they had difficulty detecting, much less a mere band like Xiao Yan. What a frightening speed. This Xiao Yan is in trouble. At this moment, the only thought in everyone's hearts was that Xiao Yan would definitely die. At such a close distance, if one did not make any preparations beforehand, forget about Xiao Yan, even the surrounding elite Do Di would not be able to do so. Zhuolin's eyes were sharp as he stared at Xiao Yan from the empty space not far away from the arena. He believed that since Xiao Yan was able to survive in the hands of the leaders of the four large sects, he would not have been able to survive until now if he did not have a strong enough foundation. As expected, when the enormous sword was about to land on Xiao Yan's head in everyone's eyes, Xiao Yan finally gently lifted his eyes. A glint flickered deep within his eyes. Haha, Xiao Yan, die. I will help you hand your corpse over to the sect. A mocking laughter was emitted from Hua Ba's mouth. At the same time, the enormous sword in his hand heavily descended. However, in the next moment, when the enormous sword in Hua Ba's hand violently descended and pierced through Xiao Yan's body, the expression in Hua Ba's eyes suddenly changed drastically. This, afterimage, how is this possible? Hua Ba's heart was filled with shock. This was simply unbelievable. A moment ago, Xiao Yan was clearly below him. How was it that in the blink of an eye, only an afterimage was left? This kind of thing was really too unbelievable. When this scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes, it was not only Huoba. Even the group of elite Dodi, as well as Zhuolin and Zhuo Bentang, who were behind Huoba, had different expressions on their faces. Zhuolin was still fine. Although he felt quite surprised in his heart at the scene in front of him, he had already expected it in his heart. His heart swiftly calmed down when he saw Xiao Yan's afterimage gradually disappear under the enormous sword. On the other hand, the group of elite Dodi, who were standing outside of the battle, suddenly felt their hearts tremble when they saw this strange scene in front of them. At such a close distance, Xiao Yan had actually disappeared without them noticing when facing an attack from a 3-star Dodi. Wasn't this a little too frightening? This guy. How did he do it? Even if it was the heavenly annihilation step, with his mere strength of a half-martial emperor, it was impossible for his speed to reach such a terrifying level. This guy, he's not human. The group of elite Dodi's faces were filled with shock as they stared at Xiao Yan's afterimage in the arena, which was gradually disappearing. The shock in their hearts was even greater. Young master, it is unexpected that this Xiao Yan is actually, being able to become the joint wanted criminal of the 4 large sects. How can he not have some skill? Even what you have seen now is merely the tip of the iceberg of Xiao Yan's true strength. If he were to really use his full strength, it is likely that even the combined strength of our 2 clans would have difficulty taking him down. Before Zhuo Bentang's voice sounded, Zhuolin quickly shook his head and laughed softly. Zhuolin's eyes suddenly turned at this moment when he said these words. He looked at a certain empty space above this open ground. At the same time, a human figure wearing a black robe slowly stepped out of the empty space at that spot. From the looks of it, who else could it be other than Xiao Yan? When Zhuo Bentang heard Zhuolin's words, he involuntarily frowned on Zhuolin's behalf. His heart swiftly thought for a moment before looking at Zhuolin in front of him. He frowned and said, "Young master's words sound a little like you are destroying your own prestige." Zhuolin immediately raised his eyebrows and smiled when these words sounded. His gaze immediately glanced at Zhuolin as he replied with a calm tone, "You say that I am destroying my own prestige. Cuckoo, do you think that you can dodge that move of Huoba's earlier?" The expression on Zhuo Bentang's face involuntarily became slightly startled when these words were uttered. His mouth opened slightly, but he ultimately frowned and did not say anything. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Zhuo Bentang understood in his heart that even he did not have much confidence in dodging that move of Huoba's earlier. However, Xiao Yan had strangely dodged it in front of the eyes of so many elite Dodi. Just this point alone was enough to cause him to feel inferior. But young master, Xiao Yan is merely borrowing the might of the sky absolute steps. Otherwise, how can a mere bandi like him compare with a 3-star Dodi like Huoba? You say that Xiao Yan is borrowing the might of the sky absolute steps. However, don't tell me that he is not relying on the strength of a Dodi. When exchanging blows with others, one should rely on one's own ability. Never place the word fairness in one's heart. Otherwise, why don't you also use the strength of a 6-star bandi to fight with him? Zhuo Bentang was dull. He had yet to spit out the words in his mouth when Zhuolin continued to speak. You should feel fortunate that you are a 3-star Dodi. Otherwise, it is really difficult to say just what the result of this battle would be. Even Sun Hanshi, a 1-star Dodi, had died in Xiao Yan's hands. An opponent of the same level is just like mud to him. He can step on them as he wishes. Zhuo Bentang completely recovered after these words were spoken. He thought about how Sun Hanshi was ultimately an elite Dodi. Yet, he had died in Xiao Yan's hands. Just how great was the strength that Xiao Yan possessed? Zhuo Bentang's wrinkled forehead involuntarily overflowed with cold sweat when he thought of this. Only then did he understand that Xiao Yan's strength was far greater than he had imagined. He was already so strong when he was merely a bandi. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening Xiao Yan's strength would be once Xiao Yan fully matured. Zhuo Lin's and Huo Ba's eyes looked at Xiao Yan, who had appeared at a certain spot in the empty space. The former's eyes contained a solemn expression. At the same time, it also contained some ridicule. On the other hand, Huo Ba's face was green. He was a 3-star Dodi. Yet, someone had actually dodged his fatal attack at such a short distance. The most infuriating thing was that the person who had dodged his attack was actually a mere 6-star Bandi. If it was an ordinary time, Huo Ba would definitely be able to kill such a person with a single slap. However, Xiao Yan had caused his heart to be both shocked and furious. Huff and puff, Xiao Yan, who had appeared, was panting with his mouth. It was as though he had experienced some kind of intense exercise. The aura of his entire body involuntarily rose and fell. Although Xiao Yan had perfectly dodged that attack from earlier, the other party was after all an elite Dodi. When Xiao Yan had used all his strength to activate the Sky Absolute Steps, it had naturally exhausted the Do Qi within his body. The action from earlier had exhausted nearly 1/5 of the Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body. This price could not be considered small. Of course, in proportion to this, Xiao Yan had also narrowly dodged Huo Ba's sudden attack. Humph. Even if you are lucky enough to dodge it once, there will definitely not be a second time. Huo Ba's expression was gloomy as he softly cursed. Soon after, his body suddenly shook and he once again charged explosively toward Xiao Yan. After the previous incident, this time around, Huo Ba did not dare to be careless. The instant his body flashed, his body transformed into a resplendent ray of light, just like the stars in the night sky. This speed was undoubtedly much more terrifying than before. Although the two of them were separated by 1,000 feet, this was merely a matter of an instant in the eyes of an elite Dodi. Soon after, Huo Ba's strong body once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan like a wall. The enormous sword in his hand was raised high above his head. The instant his body appeared, the enormous sword in his hand carried an incomparably sharp sword aura as it fell towards Xiao Yan's head. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face swiftly became stern. He flipped his hand and stored the heavy Xian ruler into his storage ring. His feet moved and the Sky Absolute Steps was quickly unleashed. In the next moment, everyone present clearly saw that Xiao Yan's body had turned into a breeze the instant the enormous sword in Huo Ba's hand fell. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from this open ground. Soon after, the enormous sword in Huo Ba's hand once again slashed through empty air. Ha! Huo Ba's heart was suddenly shocked. Soon after, his eyes suddenly turned and looked at a certain spot in the empty space. Xiao Yan's figure had once again appeared. Ha! Xiao Yan, die! A soul-shaking roar was suddenly emitted from Huo Ba's mouth. At the same time, Huo Ba's body once again flashed with an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also followed Huo Ba's violent movements and rushed up time and time again. The great Tao strength combined with the wonder of the Sky Absolute Steps allowed Xiao Yan to take the initiative each time, dodging all of Huo Ba's sharp attacks. In an instant, the latter was unable to do anything to Xiao Yan. Outside the arena, Zhuo Lin and Zhuo Bentang quietly observed the situation. However, they had no intention of intervening. Huo Ba was naturally aware of this. He knew that the hungry wolf from the Zhuo clan would not intervene unless there was meat. Therefore, he stopped Wu Tianyi, who had originally intended to step forward to help. His goal was to have someone on his side restrain the Zhuo clan at this moment. Otherwise, once Wu Tianyi and his strength were mostly depleted by Xiao Yan, even if they managed to capture Xiao Yan at that time, they would only end up benefiting the Zhuo clan. This was not something that Huo Ba was willing to do. Bang! Finally, after a long period of chasing, Xiao Yan was ultimately unable to dodge Huo Ba's shadowy pursuit. Although the two of them had only clashed for a short moment, Xiao Yan was blasted back by Huo Ba's attack. With this attack, he actually landed at the edge of the arena. At this moment, behind Xiao Yan was an endless abyss that stretched as far as the eye could see. His foot coincidentally stepped on the edge of the arena. Although he did not miss, Xiao Yan seemed to have sensed something and hurriedly shrank back. Humph, Xiao Yan, aren't you very good at running? Now, I want to see where you can run to. Huo Ba's body moved. In the blink of an eye, he was standing a short distance away from Xiao Yan. His gaze was dense as he stared at Xiao Yan in front of him. It was likely that the current Xiao Yan had suffered quite a serious injury after receiving his attack. After all, no matter how one compared him, Huo Ba was an elite 3-star Dodi. In front of a true elite Dodi, no matter how strong a Bandi was, it would pale in comparison. Chi! The enormous sword in Huo Ba's hand suddenly shook with force. An incomparable sword aura immediately surged apart, causing the empty space around him to bend and hum as it trembled. Soon after, an extremely frightening aura swept out from Huo Ba's body and heavily pressured Xiao Yan at this moment. Humph! Soon after, Xiao Yan sensed the frightening aura and pressure that had suddenly descended from above his head. His face, which was already somewhat pale due to his lack of Do Qi, had become completely bloodless at this moment. His nose involuntarily emitted a muffled snort. Xiao Yan frowned. A thought passed through his mind and the Do Qi that was flowing within the veins in his body began to circulate. He wanted to use this to block the latter's aura and pressure. Unfortunately, under Huo Ba's powerful aura and pressure, even the circulation speed of the Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body was greatly affected. It was impossible for him to contend with it. Haha, this is really a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself if you intend to resist the pressure of my imposing aura with the strength of a mere quasi-emperor? Sensing the unusual movement within Xiao Yan's body, Huo Ba parted his mouth and smiled. His smile was filled with disdain. At this moment Zhuo Lin, who was outside the arena, could not help but frown slightly when he saw this scene. Zhuo Bentang by the side also raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. He immediately smiled and said to Zhuo Lin, "Is young master thinking about this Xiao Yan again?" "Yes." Zhuo Lin nodded his head gently as a reply. "Ha, young master, you think too highly of this Xiao Yan. Even if his strength is extraordinary, his training talent is extremely good, and even if he defies the heavens, reality is ultimately cruel. His strength is ultimately only that of a Bandi and not a Dodi. A Bandi will never be a match for a Dodi. Even if he killed Sun Hanshi, this only proves that his puppet is extraordinary. I'm afraid that young master is a little too focused." Zhuo Bentang's eyes focused on Zhuo Lin in front of him as he spoke in a respectful tone. "Oh. Have I really thought too highly of him?" Hearing this, Zhuo Lin finally slowly turned his head and stared at Zhuo Bentang. His eyes were so calm that it was frightening as he spoke. Seeing Zhuo Lin once again reveal this gaze that caused one's hair to stand on end, Zhuo Bentang felt a chill run down his spine despite his age. Zhuo Lin's expression did not fluctuate at all as he withdrew his gaze. It once again landed on Xiao Yan in the arena. Sticking to the old ways and refusing to change. This is the reason why my Zhuo clan is unable to replace the 4 large sections. This sudden sentence caused Zhuo Bentang's expression to abruptly change drastically. Before he could say anything to stop Zhuo Lin quickly opened his mouth and continued. "It is not that I think too highly of Xiao Yan. Instead, it is all of you. Do you think that no one on the continent is a match for you just because you are an elite Dodi? Do you not know that there is always someone better than you? Have you seen a second person other than Xiao Yan who has comprehended the great Tao at the Bandi class? No, you have not seen it before, but it does not mean that there is none. My Zhuo clan is merely a frog at the bottom of a well in the entire Yuanwu continent. However, do you think that these so-called 4 large sects are any better? The cold reprimand was filled with self-mockery. Being the eldest son of the Zhuo clan, Zhuo Lin, who could be considered a genius in the entire western region, naturally possessed his own wild ambition. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the 4 large sects were already the top factions in the western region. Being able to join them could be considered extremely fortunate. This point was something that quite a number of people in the Zhuo clan that Zhuo Lin belonged to also had such thoughts in their hearts. However, the difference between them and Zhuo Lin was that from the way he saw it, it was his destiny to become the future leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. Even though this was the case, the Heavenly Sword sect was merely a starting point for him. In the face of his great strength, the so-called 4 large sects were merely stepping stones in his eyes. His future would definitely not be limited to this. Of course, this would also depend on the choice of the clan behind him. If the entire Zhuo clan was willing to accept him as their leader and use the strength of the entire clan to send him to the top, the Zhuo clan would definitely rise in status in the future. Otherwise, it was likely that their Zhuo clan would be trapped in this tiny corner of the continent for generations to come. If a real man wishes to accomplish something, he must not be constrained by small details. Moreover, he must not be complacent and stubborn. As for now, let's just wait and see. Xiao Yan was able to survive under the combined attack of the 4 large sections. How can he be easily dealt with by a boorish fellow like Hua Bei? After the cold reprimand, Zhuo Lin finally quietened down and no longer spoke. Beside him, Shuo Bentang's eyes were filled with shock as he stared at Zhuo Lin in front of him. He had never imagined that the young master of his clan would actually possess such a temperament at such a young age. This was something that even he could not compare to. Admiration was revealed in his eyes as he sighed in his heart. Soon after, Luo Bentang also turned his gaze towards Xiao Yan, who was currently in the arena. After Zhuo Lin's words, he firmly believed in his heart that the Xiao Yan in front of him was definitely not as simple as he appeared to be. Of course, the other people in the arena were naturally unaware of the conversation between the two of them. Numerous pairs of eyes stared at Xiao Yan in the arena. Their eyes were either filled with suspicion, pity, or cold laughter. It was as though Xiao Yan had already entered a certain death situation. Humph humph. At this moment, the corners of Hua Bao's mouth lifted into a disdainful smile. He glanced at the 2 Zhuo clan members behind him from the corner of his eyes. When he saw that the 2 of them were actually not moving, he could not help but secretly feel suspicious in his heart. At the same time, Hua Bao held the giant sword in his hand as he slowly walked towards Xiao Yan with heavy footsteps. He took a full 2 minutes to cover the distance of 100 feet. Hua Bao arrived in front of Xiao Yan. At this moment, the latter's expression appeared grave. There was a frightening pressure above his head. His entire body was dripping with perspiration. However, it was all cold perspiration. Hua Bao focused his eyes and looked over. The thing that caused him to feel uncertain was that Xiao Yan's originally pale face had appeared swollen red at this moment. Soon after, Hua Bao casually skipped over these details. He slowly extended his left hand, and the cold smile on the corners of his mouth gradually widened. In the end, he slowly pressed his hand on Xiao Yan's chest. A mere bandit actually dares to act so recklessly in front of this emperor. Wouldn't it be extremely easy for me to kill you? It would be as easy as pinching an ant to death. Hua Bao's tone was filled with ridicule as he coldly laughed. At the same time, the hand that was imprinted on Xiao Yan's chest shook slightly. Soon after, an extremely frightening dou qi erupted from his palm like a volcano. Soon after, it completely penetrated Xiao Yan's entire body from front to back. Chapter 686. Seeing that Xiao Yan's body had been penetrated once again, the expression in Hua Bao's eyes suddenly hardened. His palm, which he had shot out, was tightly clenched into a fist. Damn it! It is actually an afterimage again. Huoba viciously cursed in his heart. Soon after, his body suddenly turned back. A pair of eyes that were filled with fury instantly looked at a certain spot in the empty space behind him. At that spot, a human figure, whose entire body was covered by a black robe, was slowly appearing. The instant this human figure appeared, Zhuolin, who had been staring intently at Xiao Yan, could not help but frown at this moment. A suspicion involuntarily rose in his heart. Zhuolin's heart was filled with endless doubt as he stared at the gradually disappearing afterimage in front of Huoba. Earlier, he had clearly sensed the fluctuation of aura within Xiao Yan's body. From the looks of it, it was clear that he was already prepared to attack. However, the current situation was completely different from what he had imagined. What exactly is he planning to do? Even I am unable to guess his intentions. Zhuolin's heart was filled with shock. In his memory, there were only a handful of people who could cause him to be unable to guess the actions of others. Even those few people were people with extraordinary statuses in the entire Western region. However, the Xiao Yan in front of him really caused his heart to be filled with doubt. At this moment, Huoba, who was in the arena, stared intently at the black-robed human figure that had suddenly appeared in the empty space. He suddenly waved the enormous sword in his hand and his strong body immediately turned into a cannonball that shot explosively towards Xiao Yan in the empty space. Ha! Xiao Yan! Die! A furious low roar was emitted from Huoba's mouth. His rushing body once again shook. Do qi poured out, causing the empty space around him to fluctuate intensely. In the blink of an eye, Huoba's body appeared in front of the black-robed person. Huoba waved his large hand. The sharp edge of his sword heavily landed on the black-robed person's head with the force of breaking bamboo. The moment the terrifying sword aura came into contact with the black-robed man's black robe, it seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the air, Zhuolin stared at the black-robed man. He did not dare to be careless. As the saying goes, a person closely involved in a situation is baffled while a bystander sees it clearly. He had already sensed the swiftly draining do qi within Xiao Yan's body earlier. However, from the situation before his eyes, it was clear that Xiao Yan had yet to make a move. The more this was the case, the more Zhuolin could not be careless in his heart. Immediately after, the huge sword in Huoba's hand pierced through the black-robed man's body under the watchful eyes of the crowd. When the crowd saw this, they could not help but feel shocked for Xiao Yan. They could not help but reveal a stunned expression on their faces. Dodging the attacks of a 3-star Do Di in succession. Such a frightening speed was something that very few of the elite Do Di present could achieve. However, this was something that even they were unable to do. Yet, a 6-star Bandi had done it one after another. This speed could really be described as frightening. Another afterimage. Huoba's expression involuntarily became gloomy when he saw the black-robed man in front of him explode into a cream-white fog. His entire body trembled intensely because of the fury in his heart. He, a dignified elite Do Di, had merely killed a 6-star Bandi. Yet, he had been toyed with by Xiao Yan. His repeated attacks were all dodged by Xiao Yan. How could he remain calm in his heart? Where would he put his face as an elite Do Di? The fury in his heart caused the fury in his heart to become even greater. He did not expect that Xiao Yan, a Bandi, would actually be able to bring him such great trouble. Zhuolin had another guess in his heart when he saw the black-robed human figure explode in front of Huoba. If that black shadow was really just an afterimage, it should have dissipated with the wind, and not explode into a thick fog like this black-robed man, wrapping Huoba in it. No, this is not an afterimage. It is impossible for an afterimage to be like this. Since this is the case, where is Xiao Yan? Where is Xiao Yan's actual body? Zhuolin knit his brows tightly. The doubt in his heart grew even greater. Since this was not an afterimage of Xiao Yan and was not his actual body, where was Xiao Yan at this moment? It was impossible for him to have disappeared into thin air from this open ground, right? Damn it. Xiao Yan, are you a loach? If you have the ability, fight with the old me. A furious roar sounded in the open ground. Huo Ba's body shook and the dou qi within his body immediately swept out. It swiftly scattered the thick fog that surrounded him. An extremely frightening force and pressure also swept out from Huo Ba's body. It was just like a storm that swiftly swept over the open ground. At the same time, a slight cheat sound was also emitted. However, it was perfectly covered by the former's voice. Even though this was the case, this slight sound was still detected by Zhuolin, who was completely focused at this moment. Zhuolin's heart was slightly startled. Soon after, the frowning Zhuolin's eyes suddenly turned. He looked at the edge of the open ground, which was the spot where Xiao Yan had been standing earlier. Earlier, Huo Ba had scattered one of Xiao Yan's afterimages with one hand at that spot. However, at this moment, Zhuolin could clearly sense that the cheat sound had originated from that spot. Don't tell me, Zhuolin's heart involuntarily felt a great shock when he thought of a certain possibility. At the same time, he also felt a wave of terror because of Xiao Yan's crazy action. However, a black figure flashed across the open ground like a bolt of lightning in the next moment. The direction it was heading was where Huo Ba was currently standing. Wherever the black shadow passed, the surrounding space did not stir up any abnormalities. Even the flowing wind in the air was not affected in the slightest. Young Master. Zhuo Bentang, who was standing beside Zhuolin, had naturally sensed the black light that had suddenly appeared. Such a frightening speed caused even his heart to involuntarily tighten. Immediately, the expression on his old face changed slightly. Dou Qi swiftly surged out of his body as he prepared to attack. Although the relationship between their two clans was not friendly, they were currently standing on the same side. He could not just watch something happen to Huo Ba. Wait! Have you forgotten what I said earlier so quickly? Huo Ba is a 3-star Dou Di and is not so easy to deal with. If we don't attack, there will naturally be someone who is more anxious than us. Zhuolin stopped Zhuo Bentang just as he was preparing to attack. At the same time, he faintly spat out a sentence. His gaze turned and looked at Hu Tianyi in the air. Zhuo Bentang finally understood when he saw this. His tightly knit brows relaxed. The turbulent Dou Qi within his body also gradually calmed down at this moment. Compared to the two of them, Hu Tianyi was naturally the most anxious in his heart at this moment. Seeing that the black light had already arrived behind Huo Ba in the blink of an eye, Hu Tianyi's expression suddenly changed drastically. His heart was incomparably anxious. Without thinking, the Dou Qi within the vortex within his body wildly surged out as though it was free. Soon after, his body wildly flashed and rushed toward the black light. The latter had already arrived in the blink of an eye. However, it was also at this moment that the black light completely appeared. It was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. Only at this moment did Huo Ba recover. He abruptly turned his head and saw Xiao Yan, who had suddenly appeared behind him. Xiao Yan. This sudden scene caused the expression on Huo Ba's face to suddenly become startled. However, before he could do anything, Xiao Yan's face was flush red as his palm landed heavily on Huo Ba's back. Heart-shattering palm. Following the furious cry that was emitted from Xiao Yan's heart, a frightening Dou Qi suddenly poured out from Xiao Yan's palm and wildly poured into Huo Ba's body. Soon after, it became like a wild horse that had escaped its reins as it wildly raged within his body. In the blink of an eye, Huo Ba's face quickly turned bright red. A blood color filled his entire body. His entire body suddenly felt cool. Soon after, he was forcefully sent flying by Xiao Yan's palm. At the same time, Hu Tianyi, who had finally arrived late, waved his large hand and similarly threw a punch that heavily smashed onto Xiao Yan's chest at this moment. Bang! Two miserable bangs sounded at the same time. Soon after, everyone present saw two similarly black-robed human figures flying backwards in different directions. The auras of the two of them had also swiftly weakened at this moment. After the two of them stabilized their bodies with great difficulty, Xiao Yan and Huoba involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Even their expressions had turned pale in an instant. Of course, compared to Huoba, Xiao Yan's condition was naturally even weaker. Although Xiao Yan's heart-shattering palm had completely landed on Huoba's body, it was just as Zhuolin had said. Huoba was after all a 3-star Dodi. Even with the strength of Xiao Yan's palm, it was difficult to kill him. At the very most, it could only cause him to lose his fighting strength for a short period of time. On the other hand, Xiao Yan was different from the former. In order to unleash this attack, Xiao Yan had really paid quite a big price. Young master, why is Xiao Yan's attack so sudden? At this moment, Zhuo Bentang, who was in the empty space, had also discovered some clues. He frowned as he looked at Zhuolin in front of him. At this moment, he had been completely subdued by the latter. Although his age was far greater than the latter's, one's temperament was not something that could be judged by age alone. Have you finally discovered this point? Hearing this, Zhuolin also slowly exhaled a breath of air. His voice was somewhat solemn as he spoke. When these words were spoken, Zhuo Bentang could not help but frown. His heart felt incomparably uncertain. Although Xiao Yan's speed had caused him to be quite surprised in his heart, it did not seem to be sufficient to cause Zhuolin in front of him to reveal such an expression. Appearing to have sensed the emotions in Zhuo Bentang's heart, Zhuolin quickly tightened his brows. His eyes stared intently at the pale-faced Xiao Yan in the arena. He paused for a moment before speaking in a serious voice. Xiao Yan, since I made my debut, you are the first person that I truly admire. If it was not for Huotianyi or Huoba, something might have really happened to him. Genius 1 second. Remember this website address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 687. The beautiful fire lotus leisurely drifted toward Zhuolin in the empty air. The beautiful-looking fire lotus was just like a perfect piece of art. It gave people a feeling that they could not bear to part with it. However, when the people present focused their attention and looked at it, they would immediately discover that as this beautiful-looking fire lotus drew through the empty air, threads of a powerful destructive aura were being emitted from it. Wherever the fire lotus passed, the invisible empty space would be quietly torn apart, leaving behind a dark black endless empty space. Above this fire lotus, even these elite Dodi present similarly felt a deep fear deep within their hearts. They did not doubt that if this fire lotus in front of them were to land on the body of any one of them, the result would undoubtedly be that they would be instantly killed. Such a powerful strength was not something that anyone present could endure. What class of Do technique is this? What a frightening strength. No wonder even the sect leaders of the 4 large sects are unable to do anything to him. Just based on this, even an elite Dodi would not be able to endure it. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock and fear from the crowd stared intently at the beautiful fire lotus that was slowly drifting in the arena. At the same time, everyone began to manically maneuver the Do Chi within their bodies. They did their best to agglomerate what they believed to be their strongest defense around their bodies, intending to use this to resist the threat that was about to arrive. At this moment, Zhuolin's expression was similarly solemn as he stared at the frightening fire lotus that was heading toward him. The shock and fear in his heart was not much weaker than those ordinary elite Dodi outside of the arena. He had never expected that Xiao Yan would actually be able to completely agglomerate the 2 clusters of flames within such a short period of time. Moreover, from the looks of the result, the strength of this beautiful fire lotus was sufficient to threaten his life. This was the problem that Zhuolin was truly concerned about. Damn it! Why does this brat possess such a powerful Do technique? If I had known earlier, I would have killed him earlier. He won't even have the chance to use it. Zhuo Lin cursed in his heart. However, he could only helplessly shake his head. No matter what he thought in his heart, it was already too late. It was useless to think too much about it. Rather than grumbling, it was better to think of a way to deal with the current situation. If the fire lotus really exploded, he was not willing to be the first to die. The gorgeous fire lotus was like a leaf that slowly floated forward in the empty space. Zhuo Lin, who was opposite it, finally made a move. Shwa! The golden cloud sword in Zhuo Lin's hands suddenly shook. Sword aura rippled as it emitted a soft sword hum in the air. Soon after, a thought passed through Zhuo Lin's heart and the do qi within his body once again wildly surged out. It followed his arm and spread all the way before finally pouring into the golden cloud sword. The golden light on the golden cloud sword surged. Following the pouring in of do qi, an extremely powerful and frightening aura was also emitted. After doing all this, Zhuo Lin still appeared to be uneasy. He frowned slightly and soon after, his teeth violently bit the tip of his tongue. Immediately, Zhuo Lin's expression turned pale. A few drops of golden blood also flew out from Zhuo Lin's mouth. Under Zhuo Lin's control, they entered the golden cloud sword in his hand in a flash. These few drops of golden blood were the few remaining essence blood in Zhuo Lin's body. With the addition of these few drops of essence blood, an even more glaring golden light instantly shot out from the golden cloud sword. Looking from a distance, it was like a golden sun, causing one to be unable to look directly at it. However, after Zhuo Lin finished doing all this, the scene that everyone had imagined did not appear in front of their eyes. Instead, Zhuo Lin held the golden cloud sword in his hand and stood it in front of him. Under the illumination of the golden light, his entire body was buried in this cluster of golden light. Seeing that the beautiful fire lotus was about to arrive in front of him, Zhuo Lin calmed down. On the other hand, everyone outside the arena retreated to the edge of the arena in fear. Zhuo Lin slowly exhaled. At the same time, his heart moved. Soon after, a turbulent sword aura immediately swept out in all directions from within his body. Domain of the sword. As a circular golden light spread out from under Zhuo Lin's feet, the empty space where Xiao Yan and Zhuo Lin were was immediately filled and buried by Zhuo Lin's domain of the sword. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan on the opposite side frowned slightly. He violently shook his head and forcefully suppressed the giddy feeling that was transmitted from within his mind. At the same time, the heavenly flame within his body was also wildly refining the endless wild and violent do qi. After a few rounds of fighting, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was almost completely exhausted. In order to swiftly agglomerate the annihilation fire lotus earlier, Xiao Yan had exhausted all of his spiritual strength. At this moment, Xiao Yan had already broken his connection with the annihilation fire lotus the moment it left his hand. Otherwise, he would have long since self-detonated the annihilation fire lotus. Xiao Yan's heart also held a curious attitude toward this action of Zhuo Lin. He was certain that with the strength of the annihilation fire lotus this time around, there was definitely no elite do di present who could forcefully resist it. Zhuo Lin also understood this in his heart. Since this was the case, what was Zhuo Lin's intention? Xiao Yan was naturally not the only one present who held such a curious attitude. However, the distance between the annihilation fire lotus and Zhuo Lin was only a short 100 feet. Regardless of what they wanted to do, they would not be able to make it in time. Zhuo Lin, who had unleashed the domain of the sword, had a dense gaze. The sword intent in his eyes gathered, causing his eyes, which already possessed quite a deterrent force, to appear even more penetrating. Anyone who looked at them would feel as though there was a sword pointed between their brows, causing them to shudder. Imperial Sword Skill, 6th Form, Sword Seal. Fall. As the indifferent cry from Zhuo Lin's mouth sounded, the golden cloud sword in his hand suddenly fell at this moment. It heavily pierced the empty space in front of him. Bang! Soon after, the invisible empty space in the sky in front of Zhuo Lin suddenly collapsed. Soon after, an enormous golden sword, which was like a small mountain, fell from the sky. Immediately, it violently paused in the empty space in front of Zhuo Lin. Oh! This is the Imperial Sword Skill Ha. It is also the 6th form, Sword Seal. If I remember correctly, Jianming had once used it when he had just arrived at the western region. It could be considered one of the Do skills that made him famous. It is unexpected that this Zhuo Lin is actually able to use it. Seeing this somewhat familiar enormous sword in front of him, Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. His heart also felt some surprise at Zhuo Lin's frightening training talent. The Imperial Sword skill was able to become Jianming's famous Do skill. Its strength would naturally not be weak. It was unexpected that Zhuo Lin was actually able to practice it to such a level at such a young age. This also went to show just how frightening his training talent was. It was likely that even in the entire Heavenly Sword sect or the 4 large sects, the number of people who could compare with him could be counted with one's fingers. A pressure involuntarily surged in Xiao Yan's heart when he thought of this. According to his understanding, the number 1 person among the younger generation in the Heavenly Sword sect was not a member of the Zhuo clan. It was also not anyone from the 4 large clans. Instead, it was the son of the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Jianming. It was rumored that the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Do Di at such a young age. This kind of training talent could truly be described as frightening. Just now, the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Do Di. It was easy to imagine that once he truly matured, his strength would definitely rise to another level. The Heavenly Sword sect had such an exceptional person who could be described as heaven-defying. It was unimaginable that the other 3 sects would definitely not lack such a genius person. Moreover, these people were all formidable opponents for Xiao Yan in the future. While Xiao Yan was thinking in this manner in his heart, Zhuo Lin, who was in the air, once again waved the long sword in his hand. Ha! Another low cry sounded. Soon after, the empty space in the sky once again collapsed. Similar to the former, another enormous golden sword, whose strength was not the least bit inferior to the former, landed heavily in front of the first enormous sword. The 2 enormous swords formed 2 sword shields with each other, protecting Zhuo Lin behind them. 4 of these enormous swords with great strength fell one after another. The 4 enormous swords used the sword shield formation to block in front of Zhuo Lin. The instant the 4th sword shield fell, the gorgeous fire lotus also collided with it with a loud bang. At this moment, the world was silent and the entire place was silent. Everyone present held their breaths in concentration. Even Zhuo Lin, who was experiencing it personally, had a grave expression on his face. Buzz buzz buzz, a buzzing sound rang out where the gorgeous fire lotus collided with the sword shield. At the same time, the enormous sword shield also began to tremble violently at this moment. On the other hand, the light on the gorgeous fire lotus did not weaken in the slightest. Even the speed of its rotation did not change in the slightest. Every time it rotated, it would release a terrifying aura of destruction. The powerful force wantonly spread out, forming a huge wave of energy. Like a flood or a ferocious beast, it heavily bombarded the sword shield. Every time it collided, it would cause the sword and shield to tremble violently. At the same time, thumb-sized cracks began to rapidly spread across the surface of the sword and shield. After a couple of breaths, the first sword shield suddenly burst apart in front of the gazes of all the elite Do Di present. The fire lotus strength did not decrease as it continued to slowly fly forward. Soon after, it once again collided with the second sword shield. Buzz buzz buzz, a familiar scene once again descended. All the elite Do Di present felt a wave of shock and fear at the strength of this fire lotus. It was likely that even these elite Do Di present would not be able to easily break this sword shield when faced with it. However, at this moment, this sword shield actually appeared to be so weak in front of this fire lotus. Such a scene could not be said that this sword shield was too weak. Instead, it was Xiao Yan's annihilation fire lotus that was too frighteningly strong. Although the second sword shield persisted for a much longer time than the first sword shield, it was ultimately still gently shattered by the fire lotus. Only at this moment did the gorgeous glow on the fire lotus gradually dim. At the same time, the fire lotus also paused in the empty space. It slowly rotated and no longer moved. The appearance of this scene caused quite a number of people present to quietly sigh in relief in their hearts. They did not expect that the fire lotus would actually pause in the air at this critical moment. This caused everyone present to cry out in surprise in their hearts. However, soon after, the moment when all the elite Dodi present revealed a smile on the corner of their mouths, the outermost layer of lotus petals on the gorgeous fire lotus quietly fell off at this moment. This scene did not appear to be eye-catching. However, the moment the lotus petals fell, a terrifying aura that was filled with destruction swept across the open ground like a storm. Bang! The terrifying energy storm arrived one after another. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the sword shield that was facing it, Grug. The first to bear the brunt of it was Shuolin. Under the extremely frightening energy storm, his expression had almost instantly turned pale. A large mouthful of fresh blood that was mixed with fragments of his internal organs was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. Shuolin's body flew back uncontrollably. However, before the first wave of energy storm could scatter, the second layer of lotus petals fell. An even more frightening energy storm once again swept across the large open ground like a hurricane. Within a short couple of breaths, less than 20 of the dozens of elite Dodi present were still able to stand. The remaining people were either dead or seriously injured. Under this energy storm, even though they were as strong as Dodi, they were unable to change their fate of death. Buzz buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, the third energy storm once again swept apart. The faces of everyone present had become incomparably pale. Even someone as strong as Baingzhou Benteng, a 3-star Dodi, had an extremely ugly expression on his face at this moment. At this moment, Shuolin was naturally quite seriously injured under the 2 waves of energy storms. However, he relied on his own ability to barely endure. After being struck by the 2 waves of energy storms, Shuolin's body was repeatedly sent flying. When he once again landed on the ground, he turned his gaze and coincidentally landed beside Sun Shuo. At this moment, the aura within Sun Shuo's body was extremely weak after experiencing 2 waves of energy storms. The corner of Shuolin's mouth was lifted into a dark and stern smile when he saw this. Before the third energy storm arrived, Shuolin forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his body. He pulled the seriously injured Sun Shuo in front of him and used the latter's body to block the incoming energy storm. At the same time, on Xiao Yan's side, after experiencing 2 waves of energy storms, the current Xiao Yan was also covered with injuries. His aura was weak as he lay on the open ground. There was no telling just how many bones in his body were broken. The injuries within his body could not be any more serious. Xiao Yan's face was ashen when he saw the arrival of the third energy storm. If Guyu really did not intervene, forget about blocking it, it would be difficult for the current him to even move his finger. This time around, it was likely that he would not be able to escape this calamity. Xiao Yan's eyes glanced at the narwhal snake, which was still wrapped by the energy cuticle with great difficulty. He helplessly sighed in his heart. Immediately, he slowly shut his eyes with an unwilling heart and waited for the moment of death to arrive. Chapter 688. However, this 1,000 feet distance was merely a blink of an eye in the eyes of a Dodi. As the Do Chi poured out from Zhuo Bentang's body, the current him was only a few hundred feet away from the narwhal snake. At this distance, he had complete confidence that he could stop the narwhal snake here. Chi! Zhuo Bentang's shriveled hand suddenly clenched. Immediately, Do Chi surged wildly in his palm. When he clenched it again, it had already agglomerated into a long spear. Zhuo Bentang's arm shook and the tip of the spear suddenly turned. It carried an incomparably sharp aura as it violently smashed toward the narwhal snake. However, at this moment, the sound of rushing air was suddenly transmitted. Before Zhuo Bentang could recover, a ray of light suddenly appeared and heavily collided with Zhuo Bentang's body. Soon after, a muffled bang was emitted. Zhuo Bentang's body, which was originally charging forward, had no choice but to stop in midair. Although it was only for a short instant, the current speed of the narwhal snake was enough to leave Zhuo Bentang far behind. In an instant, when Zhuo Bentang hurriedly came back to his senses and raised his head abruptly, he saw that the narwhal snake had already left him far behind. Even if he wanted to chase after it now, he wouldn't be able to catch up. When he thought of this in his heart, a fury rose in Zhuo Bentang's heart. A pair of old eyes that were filled with fire suddenly looked at the white-robed person not far away in the empty space beside him. It was Bai Ying. Bai Ying. What are you trying to do? Zhuo Bentang's eyes were about to crack. He did not expect that he would be obstructed by Bai Ying at such a crucial moment when he was only a step away from the narwhal snake. Swoosh. However, the instant Zhuo Bentang's words sounded, Bai Ying, who was in front of him, hurriedly turned his body. His body appeared somewhat miserable as he flashed across the empty space beside him. Immediately, a strange purple-gold lightning suddenly pierced through the spot where Bai Ying was standing. Soon after, its target changed to Zhuo Bentang. Its aura did not diminish as it charged toward him. Bang! Another sudden turn of events caused Zhuo Bentang's expression to change drastically. Before he could react, the strange bolt of lightning had already landed heavily on Zhuo Bentang's body. Only at this moment did Zhuo Bentang clearly see that the purple-gold lightning bolt that had arrived before him was actually the Northern King. Soon after, Zhuo Bentang finally regained his senses. His body was sent heavily flying. Finally, he was like a falling meteor as he violently smashed into the open ground below. Although it was not enough to seriously injure Zhuo Bentang, the North King's power was enough to make Zhuo Bentang temporarily lose his ability to fight. In the air, Bai Ying's face was completely red as he glared hatefully at the North King. Only then did he turn to Zhuo Bentang and roar furiously, "What are you doing here? Do you now know why I have coincidentally bumped into you? If it wasn't because your Zhuo clan refused to lend a hand, how would I be defeated by such a dead thing? Humph, you want to reap the benefits without doing anything. I'm afraid that you have underestimated this Xiao Yan." Bai Ying's face was filled with grievance. The roar from his mouth actually caused the face of this 3-star Dodi from the Zhuo clan to turn green. Zhuo Bentang did not truly sense the strength of the Northern King from the collision earlier. However, from the current situation, he did not dare to underestimate the Northern King. By being able to beat the clan head of the Bai clan, who was also one of the 4 great clans, into such a state, Zhuo Bentang was able to imagine the strength of the Northern King without thinking too much. Of course, if he were to know that all of this was done by Bai Ying, it was unknown just what kind of thoughts he would have in his heart. At the same time, without any obstruction, the narwhal snake's charging speed became even more terrifying. It opened its huge snake mouth and emitted a shocking roar. Its huge body suddenly shook and its charging speed became extremely frightening. At this moment, Zhuolin's body had already caught up with Huatiani. Being a 2-star Dodi, the strength of a 1-star Dodi was no different from an ordinary bandit to Zhuolin. In the blink of an eye, Huatiani had been overtaken by Zhuolin. Seeing Zhuolin suddenly charge forward, the expression on Huatiani's face instantly changed. Earlier, he had focused his attention on Xiao Yan in front of him. Until this moment, he still did not understand what was happening around him. However, by the time he recovered, Zhuolin had already violently charged toward Xiao Yan. Bastard! Xiao Yan's life is mine. I should be the one to kill him. The expression on Hua Tianyi's face swiftly became ferocious. At the same time, his body suddenly shook and he used even more strength to charge toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, the narwhal snake was crazily charging toward them from the empty space to one side of the two of them. Zhuolin. Move aside for this young master. The furious roar from Hua Tianyi's mouth sounded. He waved his arm and threw a heavy punch toward Zhuolin's face. Do you really think that you have the ability to contend with a 2-star Do-Di just because your strength has reached the advanced 1-star Do-Di level? You really overestimate yourself. With regards to this, Zhuolin was even more disdainful. He waved his sleeve and a sharp sword aura instantly agglomerated into a substance. With just one attack, not only did it force Hua Tianyi back, it also forcefully broke the 4 finger bones on Hua Tianyi's right hand. If Hua Tianyi himself was not a Do-Di, it was likely that Zhuolin's attack earlier would have been enough to cripple Hua Tianyi's palm. Hua Tianyi's heart was filled with dissatisfaction after his attack was thwarted. He wanted to charge forward once again. However, at this moment, an enormous shadow behind him, like a toppling Mount Tai, heavily pressed down on him. What? Only at this moment did Hua Tianyi finally discover the narwhal snake behind him. The expression on his face suddenly changed wildly. At the same time, the Do-Chi in his body crazily surged out as if it was free of charge. His 2 feet hurriedly ran through the empty space. The corner of his eyes glanced at the enormous shadow behind him that was getting increasingly closer. Shock was written all over Hua Tianyi's face. In his heart, he even regretted not being born with 2 more legs. Of course, Zhuolin was similarly shocked in his heart. The narwhal snake, which should have been stopped by Zhuo Bentang, had actually suddenly appeared behind them. This was really frightening. In this way, the appearance of the narwhal snake had once again ruined Zhuolin's plan that was right in front of him. Damn it! I must kill Xiao Yan. Even if you are already a 4-star Do-Di, you cannot stop me. Zhuolin viciously cursed in his heart. He even wished that he could kill Zhuo Bentang here and now. However, putting aside Zhuo Bentang's strength, just the current situation made it difficult for him to deal with it. Zhuolin. It's all your fault. You didn't make a move for so long and only wanted to be the fisherman. Now, you have finally failed miserably at such an easy task and have thrown yourself into it. With death at hand, Hua Tianyi's heart was filled with anger. At the same time that he let out a furious roar, his eyes revealed a sinister expression as he laughed out loud. Humph, die. The only one who will die is you. I will not die. The muscles on Zhuolin's face involuntarily twitched when he heard this. Soon after, however, the viciousness on Zhuolin's face became even denser. The gaze he used to look at Hua Tianyi was filled with killing intent. Soon after, his body, which was originally rushing forward at an extremely fast speed, suddenly paused at this moment. The two of them, who were originally only a short distance away from Hua Tianyi, were now less than half a meter away from each other in the blink of an eye. Ha ha! Zhuolin. Just obediently die for me. Hua Tianyi let out a stern laugh. He waved his large hand and grabbed at Zhuolin's ankle. Humph. Get lost. A disdainful cold laugh was immediately emitted from Zhuolin's mouth when he saw this scene. He twisted his leg and Do-Chi surged wildly. Soon after, he heavily stomped on Hua Tianyi's chest. Bang! A frightening Do-Chi immediately poured out when this attack landed. Regardless of how Hua Tianyi tried to block it, it was completely useless. The sword chi method of the Heavenly Sword sect was known for its powerful attacking strength. With Zhuolin's current strength of a 2-star Do-Di, the golden-colored Do-Chi instantly agglomerated into a sharp blade. Although it appeared ordinary, Zhuolin was already prepared. This attack was something that even a 2-star Do-Di like him would not dare to underestimate, much less Hua Tianyi, who was merely a 1-star Do-Di. Zhuolin was clearly unable to kill Huatiani with just one attack. However, his aim was clearly not this. At the same time that his foot landed, Zhuolin borrowed the force from his feet and violently stomped on Huatiani's chest. His body borrowed the force and once again shot out explosively. At the same time, Huatiani's body was sent into the shadow that covered the sky. Ah! A sharp miserable cry was emitted from the shadow. Zhuolin's body had already taken the opportunity to escape from the area covered by the shadow. When he turned his head to look, the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrunk. Even his entire body could not help but tremble slightly at this moment. Looking over at this moment, the shadow was actually the narwhal snake's large mouth that was angrily opened. Huatiani had just been swallowed by it. His heart recalled the scene of Huatiani being swallowed into the narwhal snake's stomach. Even with his mental strength, his heart involuntarily felt like it was being overturned. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. Even his breathing had temporarily paused. However, soon after, the enormous body of the narwhal snake suddenly began to twist. The body at its abdomen swiftly swelled. In the blink of an eye, the originally enormous body of the narwhal snake had swelled to more than double its original size. At the same time, waves of painful hissing sounds were emitted from the mouth of the narwhal snake. Even though it was a magical beast with the strength of a 4-star Dodi, it would still have to pay quite a big price to swallow a Dodi. Burp! A moment later, just when everyone present thought that the body of the narwhal snake would burst apart because of this, the narwhal snake suddenly raised its enormous snake head high. Its enormous body suddenly trembled intensely. Soon after, a long and loud burp was suddenly emitted from its mouth. Ugh! The appearance of this scene caused the expressions on the faces of everyone present to instantly solidify. Everyone's mouth was wide open. Their faces revealed an extremely shocked expression. No one had expected that what they thought would burst apart and die would actually turn into such an awkward and humorous appearance. Cough cough, in the empty air, the still pale-faced Xiao Yan involuntarily coughed a couple of times intensely when he saw this sudden scene. His heart, however, was emitting a rejoicing laughter. Fortunately, the strength of the one-legged golden snake was actually able to raise to such an extent at this critical moment. If the narwhal snake had not been present during this trip to the remains, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not have been able to endure until now. Thank you very much. Lifting his head to look at the gradually recovering narwhal snake in front of him, Xiao Yan spat out sincere words of gratitude from his mouth. Upon hearing this, the huge body of the latter twisted slightly. A hissing sound was emitted from its mouth, as if it was rejecting and accepting at the same time. Xiao Yan smiled knowingly. His gaze slowly swept across the huge body of the latter. When his gaze shifted to the tail of the narwhal snake, he realized that a layer of crystal-like golden energy cuticle was gradually spreading on the entire body of the one-legged golden snake at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim in his heart. While his brows were tightly knitted together, he was both surprised and happy in his heart. It was not the first time that Xiao Yan had seen this strange energy cuticle. This was usually due to the excessive power in the body of the devourer, causing the energy to materialize. This also meant that the narwhal snake was about to enter a period of deep sleep. Once he lost the support of the narwhal snake, this powerful fighting force, it would be very difficult to face the 4 great clans again. Of course, putting all these aside, the appearance of this energy cuticle also meant that the strength of the narwhal snake could still continue to increase. After it had completely devoured all this energy, the strength of the narwhal snake would most likely be raised to the level of a late-stage 5-star Dodi. This kind of strength, even in the entire western region, could be said to be at the top of the pyramid among all the elite Dodi. This strength would undoubtedly become a great fighting force for Xiao Yan when he went against the 4 great sects in the future. But now, all of this was still unknown. At this moment, Zhuolin, who was in the sky, also discovered the little change on the narwhal snake's body. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from his eyes. His face, which was still showing a grave expression a moment ago, revealed a cold expression the next moment. Ha 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 ha. The heavens are really helping me. Xiao Yan, no matter how good your luck is, you will not be able to escape the fate of dying in my hands today. Zhuo Lin's expression was ferocious. His gaze focused on the energy cuticle that was rapidly spreading on the narwhal snake's body. A thought passed through his mind and a puffed sound was heard. Surging do qi surged out from his body. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 689. The powerful aura was like a huge mountain that shrouded the space where Xiao Yan was currently standing. Zhuo Lin's figure stood not far away from Xiao Yan. His do qi surged and his two-star do di aura pressed down heavily on Xiao Yan without holding back. Looking at his ferocious face, it was as if he wanted to swallow Xiao Yan alive. Under the pressure of the latter's powerful aura, even if the current Xiao Yan were to use all of his strength, he would be powerless. The current battle had yet to begin, but Xiao Yan had already been defeated. On the other side of the empty space, the narwhal snake was crazily twisting its body. Its snake mouth was wide open as it emitted waves of ear-piercing hisses. It tried its best to charge toward Zhuo Lin. If it could, the narwhal snake would not hesitate to swallow Zhuo Lin alive. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it struggled, it was still futile. Even Zhuo Lin's gaze when he looked at it had a mocking look in it. When everyone present looked over, they realized that there was a thick layer of energy cuticle on the narwhal snake's body. It was spreading at an incredible speed. Everywhere that was covered by the stratum corneum, it was as if it had been watered with copper water and could not move. Therefore, the narwhal snake struggled for a long time to no avail and Zhuo Lin was able to sneer at it. Xiao Yan, who had also witnessed this scene, felt his heart sink. He did not expect the positive energy cuticle to spread so quickly. If it continued to spread at this speed, he believed that the narwhal snake would be completely covered by the energy cuticle in no time. When that time came, even if it was unwilling, it could only helplessly enter a deep slumber. Xiao Yan would also have to face two elite do di. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart immediately became serious. However, before he could think any further, the terrifying aura above his head came one after another. Humph humph, even at such a time, you still have the mood to be concerned about this beast. You should first think about yourself. Zhuo Lin's tone was dense as he laughed coldly. Soon after, he opened and closed his palm. A short sword immediately appeared in his hand. His feet violently stepped on the empty space. The terrifying strength caused the invisible space to ripple. At the same time, Zhuo Lin's body shot out. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived above Xiao Yan's head. Zhuo Lin's hand held the short sword tightly. His expression was fierce. A biting cold killing intent surged out from his eyes. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a row of dense white teeth that contained a dense cold light, causing one to shudder. Xiao Yan. Die. Zhuo Lin's mouth was filled with coldness. Do qi could be heard from the short sword in his hand as he ruthlessly swung it down toward Xiao Yan's head. Clang. Soon after, just as the short sword in Zhuo Lin's hand was about to land on Xiao Yan's head, an enormous black-colored ruler suddenly blocked the top of Xiao Yan's head. At the same time, it also blocked this fatal blow. Although this was the case, Xiao Yan's body flew back over 10 steps in a miserable manner. Finally, he borrowed the weight of the heavy Xian ruler to pull his body back. Zhuo Lin's figure suddenly stood at the spot where he had been standing earlier. His expression was not only not angry, but instead revealed a mocking smile. Humph humph, a trapped beast will still put up a fight. I want to see just how many times you can block. Zhuo Lin's body once again disappeared the instant his mocking laughter sounded. All that was left was an illusionary afterimage. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly changed drastically. The hand that was holding the enormous ruler suddenly exerted force. His body moved and hurriedly rushed to the side. Ha ha! Suddenly, a dark and cold mocking laughter was transmitted from beside Xiao Yan's ear. At the same time, a sharp blade that contained a cold glint ruthlessly pierced towards Xiao Yan's back. Clang! The next moment, following the clear sound of metal colliding, Xiao Yan's body suddenly flew forward. Zhuo Lin's expression changed slightly. His body swiftly turned and swiftly dodged the enormous ruler that was pouncing toward him. When Xiao Yan once again stabilized his body, Zhuo Lin's body moved and once again charged toward Xiao Yan. In the next moment, Qi! An enormous Do Qi light cluster suddenly brushed past Zhuo Lin's face. It was only an instant away from violently smashing into Zhuo Lin's body. An instant later, Zhuo Lin's body gradually calmed down like a statue. When he recovered, he realized that his clothes were actually instantly drenched in cold sweat. What he did not know was that even his face had appeared extremely pale at this moment. Although most of the narwhal snake's body was no longer able to move, one should not forget that even though it was unable to personally move, it could still use its Do Qi to help Xiao Yan resolve the danger. Unfortunately, the final result was much worse than what it had expected. Otherwise, just that attack earlier would have been enough to cause him to lose all of his fighting strength. An attack from a 4-star Do Di was no joke. Just based on Zhuo Lin's current strength, it was as if he was facing a half-D expert. He could not even withstand a single blow. Zhuo Lin slowly exhaled with a heart full of fear. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around. The fear in his eyes disappeared in an instant. What replaced it was a gloomy and ice-cold expression that was as cold as the underworld. Zhuo Bentang, kill this bastard. An extremely low and deep voice was spat out one word at a time from Zhuo Lin's mouth. At the same time he said these words, everyone present could even sense that the empty space that everyone was standing in was trembling slightly. It was not difficult to imagine just how great the fluctuation in Zhuo Lin's heart was at this moment. When Zhuo Bentang heard Zhuo Lin's words, the expression on his old face suddenly stiffened. Until now, this young master of his had truly become angry. Yes. Although he knew that he was no match for the narwhal snake, he also understood that he would not have a good ending if he offended Zhuo Lin. The degree of his misery might even be more miserable than dying in the hands of the narwhal snake. Instead of the latter, he felt that he might have a chance if he went all out. Immediately, Zhuo Bentang's figure moved and quickly came in front of the narwhal snake. At this moment, the thick layer of energy keratin had already covered more than half of the narwhal snake's body. At this moment, the narwhal snake could only move part of the area below its head. At the same time, on Xiao Yan's side, Zhuo Lin's gaze once again fell on Xiao Yan. The expression in his eyes became colder and colder. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. His entire face looked abnormally twisted. Die! With a move of his body, Zhuo Lin's figure instantly disappeared above the empty space. Xiao Yan's expression changed again. At the same time, he did not dare to be negligent. His figure moved quickly and dodged in all directions. The dark heavy buster sword in his hand was also waved, barely blocking some of the attacks that came towards him. However, even so, Xiao Yan's body had suffered quite a number of injuries in a short period of time. Although he had avoided his vital parts, the piercing pain that came from his wounds when they came into contact with the air caused Xiao Yan's face to be distorted. Humph. Zhuo Lin merely smiled ferociously in the face of this. A thought passed through his mind and numerous golden-colored short swords that contained a cold glow swiftly agglomerated in the air around him. Following a thought from Zhuo Lin, they instantly transformed into numerous golden glows that violently pierced towards Xiao Yan from different directions. Ding 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 ding, the densely packed sound of metal colliding rang out continuously. Most of the sword lights were blocked by Xiao Yan's dark heavy buster sword. However, there were still quite a number of them that forcefully broke through the corresponding defense. In just a short period of time, many thumb-sized holes were left on Xiao Yan's body. The holes were so deep that they reached his bone marrow and the pain penetrated his soul. Even so, Xiao Yan could only clench his teeth and endure the pain. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the spot where the narwhal snake was standing. However, he saw that the latter had already been completely wrapped up by the energy cuticle. Even though he was unwilling, he had to admit that the narwhal snake in front of him was like a fish on a chopping board. Even though its skin was thick, it could only be slaughtered. At this moment, Zhuo Bentang was displaying sets of powerful Do techniques with a cold face. He was trying to break open the energy cuticle on the surface of the narwhal snake's body in order to completely kill it. Seeing this scene, the muscles on Xiao Yan's face could not help but twitch intensely. Although Zhuo Bentang's attacks were like stones sinking into the sea when they landed on the energy cuticle, if he continued to deplete it endlessly, the positive energy cuticle would be broken open sooner or later. Whether the narwhal snake lived or died was only a matter of time. Damn it! Immediately, Xiao Yan was furious. However, even if this was the case, it could not change the fact that he was also extremely weak at this moment. His body was constantly hovering on the edge of life and death. If he was already in such a state, how could he save others? Haha! Xiao Yan, what is it? Even at such a time, you still have the mind to care about the life and death of this beast. Don't tell me that you don't care about me at all. You are really courting death. Zhuo Lin shouted angrily. Immediately after, his body moved. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. With a twist of his wrist, the short sword in his hand revolved in his palm. With a flip of his hand, he slashed at Xiao Yan's throat. The sudden change caused Xiao Yan to be greatly alarmed. Although he managed to twist his body in time to avoid being hit in a vital spot, the short sword still left a shallow wound on his neck. As fresh blood flowed out, an icy feeling quickly surged up from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart. Even his back felt icy cold. The breathing from Xiao Yan's nose became sluggish. He carefully used his hand to gently rub the spot where he had been injured. Immediately, pain was transmitted. Xiao Yan's heart paused at this moment. The muscles on his face could not help but tremble intensely. It was as though his soul had been touched. Immediately after, Xiao Yan's heart strangely calmed down. Don't worry, I promised you that I will definitely bring you out of here. Since I have said it, I will definitely do it. No matter what. Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. His originally hurried breathing also calmed down at this moment. Even his deathly pale face seemed to have recovered. Oh. Why, you want to make a final gamble? Then come, let us decide the victor with one move. Today, I will let these fellows see with their own eyes that Xiao Yan, whose name resounds throughout the entire western region, will die at my hands today. Zhuo Lin coldly snorted. His face was filled with ridicule. Soon after, Zhuo Lin waved his large hand. Golden dough cheese spluttered out from his palm. It was like flowing water as it swiftly transformed and agglomerated. Finally, it turned into a golden long sword. Golden Cloud Sword. It's the Golden Cloud Sword. Tisk tsk, this is the weapon that made young Master Zhuo famous. It is said that it has been with young Master Zhuo since a long time ago. It is said that as long as young Master Zhuo uses this sword, he will definitely not be defeated. Looks like young Master Zhuo intends to use this sword to continue the legend this time around. At the same time that Zhuo Lin took out this sword, the crowd outside the window could not help but become restless. Clearly, this so-called Golden Cloud Sword was quite famous in the western region. Humph, Xiao Yan, it is worth it for you to die under my Golden Cloud Sword today. My Golden Cloud Sword has always only killed experts above the Do D level. It is your honor for a mere bandit like you to die under my golden cloud sword. Zhuolin listened to the praises that were transmitted from the mouths of the crowd outside the arena. At the same time, the golden sword in his hand was pointed at Xiaoyan. At the same time, the majestic Do Qi within the vortex in his body surged out as though it was free of charge. It followed Zhuolin's body and circled around his arm like numerous water snakes. Finally, it entered the golden cloud sword in Zhuolin's hand. With the pouring of Do Qi, the golden cloud sword glowed brightly. An incomparably powerful overbearing aura also spread out from it. The faces of those who sensed this aura involuntarily became solemn. This golden cloud sword was indeed extraordinary. By being able to become the weapon of the eldest son of the Zhuo clan, the head of the 4 great clans, its strength was really not something that an ordinary weapon could compare with. Compared to Zhuolin's sharp edge, Xiaoyan's actions caused others to feel disgusted and strange upon seeing him. Just as everyone thought that Xiaoyan was preparing to use his final Do skill, the following scene caused everyone present to be instantly stunned. Not only did Xiaoyan not use the heavy Xian ruler, he instead flipped his hand and put it away. Soon after, he spread his hands in front of Zhuolin's displeased gaze. Soon after, a glow flashed in his palm and a couple of jade bottles appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. Bang! With a slight shake, Xiaoyan shattered all the jade bottles in his hand. After which, what was revealed were the dozens of medicinal pills that were added together. In an instant, a rich medicinal fragrance quickly spread across the square, causing the faces of everyone present to change. These are Tier 3 medicinal pills. These are all Tier 3 medicinal pills. Even if he is a Tier 3 alchemist, it is likely that even the Alchemist Alliance does not have the ability to take out so many Tier 3 medicinal pills at once. At this moment, everyone present was shocked in their hearts. Everyone's gaze uniformly landed on the medicinal pills in Xiaoyan's hands. If he were to take out so many Tier 3 medicinal pills, it would attract countless number of elite Do Di to snatch them. Now that they were placed in front of them, it would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. However, they also knew Xiaoyan's ability. Since he dared to take out so many medicinal pills in front of everyone, he naturally had a way to protect them. However, in front of everyone's fiery hot gazes, Xiaoyan opened his mouth wide. At the same time, he suddenly lifted one of his hands and violently stuffed the medicinal pill in his hand into his mouth. From the looks of it, it seemed that he wished that he could stuff his hand into it as well. Ugh, this sudden scene caused everyone's bodies to instantly stiffen. They were like numerous statues that were fixed on the spot. They watched as Xiaoyan lifted his second hand. Soon after, he took another big mouthful of medicinal pills and violently stuffed them into his mouth. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 690. Dozens of elite dodis in the large square were stunned as they watched Xiaoyan gradually swallow a large mouthful of medicinal pills with great difficulty. Other than the extreme shock in their hearts, there was also a craziness because of it. This action was really crazy. Even they did not dare to attempt it. Dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills were actually swallowed by Xiaoyan at one go. The powerful strength that they brought was sufficient to cause Xiaoyan's body to explode. This action of Xiaoyan was no different from committing suicide. This fellow knows that he no longer has any way to survive. Is he planning to risk his life for another? He is really crazy. Ugh, it's just a pity. He has such great training talent at such a young age, but he just had to provoke the 4 large sections. He is really young and frivolous. He does not know the immensity of the world. Shocked and regretful voices quietly spread from the crowd. Everyone's eyes revealed a pitiful expression when they looked at the current Xiaoyan. Even if the entire western region was not filled with elite Do Di, there were still quite a number of them. However, even they did not dare to face the 4 large sects head-on. However, Xiaoyan in front of them was great. His strength was merely that of a 6-star bandit. Yet, he was still active in the western region despite being searched by the 4 large sections. Although he had been lucky enough to successfully escape from the hands of the 4 large clans a couple of times earlier, it seemed that he would not have the slightest chance of survival this time around. This lunatic. Seeing that Xiao Yan had actually swallowed dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills at one go, even with Zhuo Lin's character, he could not help but curse softly at this moment. The expression on his face changed as he instantly withdrew the golden cloud sword in his hand. The Do Qi within his body also wildly surged out and swiftly agglomerated into a golden Do Qi light barrier around him. The strength that erupted from dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills was sufficient to turn Xiao Yan's body into an extremely large human bomb. Once it exploded, not only would Xiao Yan die, but even many of the elite Do Di present might not be able to endure the frightening strength that completely swept out. This was something that even someone as confident as Zhuo Lin did not dare to be careless in his heart. While Zhuo Lin flashed back, the crowd outside the arena also began to raise the Do Qi within their bodies. They were naturally able to see the imminent danger in the arena. For the sake of their own lives, these people did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. While everyone in the arena was moving, the dozens of medicinal pills within Xiao Yan's body were being refined at the same time. Immediately, an extremely frightening medicinal strength surged violently within Xiao Yan's body like a volcano erupting. The powerful and overbearing strength was like a group of wild horses that had escaped their reins as it swiftly swept through Xiao Yan's limbs and bones. At this moment, the cells all over her body appeared to be extremely hungry. The moment the medicinal strength of the medicinal pills surged over, she began to wildly absorb them. Within a short couple of breaths, the aura within Xiao Yan's body had already returned to its peak. However, the outcome was far from this. Even though the aura within Xiao Yan's body had already returned to its peak, the medicinal strength that had been exhausted was only a small portion of the amount that had been completely merged with the dozens of medicinal pills. The remaining strength was wildly colliding within Xiao Yan's body. It could not be controlled as it forcefully surged into every cell in Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, Xiao Yan was like a bucket that had already been filled with water. Even though the bucket was already full, an enormous amount of water was still wildly pouring into it. However, in the blink of an eye, the skin all over Xiao Yan's body had become boiling hot. Its color had also turned blood red. His entire person looked like a blood person, appearing extremely terrifying. Of course, this was merely Xiao Yan's outer appearance. At this moment, the inside of his body was even more chaotic. The frightening energy that had been agglomerated from dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills crazily shuttled back and forth within Xiao Yan's body, causing waves of intense throbbing pain to be repeatedly emitted from within his body. Damn it. I was careless. I never thought that the power of a Tier 3 medicinal pill would be even more terrifying than I had expected. Xiao Yan could not help but curse as he tried his best to control the rampaging energy within his body. Immediately after, Xiao Yan fiercely clenched his teeth as he suddenly let out a low roar in his heart. He suddenly clenched his fists tightly. The frightening strength caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. At the same time, Xiao Yan's heart moved. The remaining spiritual strength in his heart flowed downwards without reservation. It crazily invaded his body and forcefully gathered the scattered wild energy once again. Of course, this kind of action could only have a temporary effect. As long as Xiao Yan did not completely exhaust the energy within his body, this energy would sooner or later spread once again. When that time came, the energy that had been agglomerated would instantly erupt. The strength that erupted at that moment would be sufficient to instantly tear Xiao Yan apart. Xiao Yan was unwilling to cause his own death, so, after temporarily gathering the wild and violent energy within his body, Xiao Yan widened his mouth. Immediately, a couple of different colored wild and violent flames were spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth. They were suspended in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. At this moment, the heavenly flames that were standing in front of Xiao Yan were the top 6 heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking. However, the purifying demonic lotus flame and the nihility devouring flame were missing. Hence, Xiao Yan used the other 2 heavenly flames to replace them. After summoning the heavenly flames, what Xiao Yan needed to do next was to gather these 6 types of heavenly flames and agglomerate the strongest dose skill that Xiao Yan had created himself, the Annihilation Fire Lotus. Xiao Yan did not hesitate when he summoned the 6 types of heavenly flames. 2 of his fat hands, which appeared large due to being filled with energy, slammed heavily in front of him. Immediately, these 6 types of heavenly flames were violently slammed together. At the same time, the wild and violent energy within them also collided in an instant. Sizzle, a fire light shot out and the wild and violent energy instantly invaded. Both of Xiao Yan's hands were immediately replaced by numerous scarlet wounds. Fresh blood dripped from them. Just looking at them caused one's heart to feel a pain. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily parted. While his mouth inhaled a breath of cold air, his hand did not dare to hesitate even a little. The remaining spiritual strength between his brows wildly surged out of his body. He used all of his strength to control the brilliant cluster of flames that was constantly emitting a slight explosion in his hand. Droplets of scarlet water swiftly fell from Xiao Yan's forehead. However, it was unknown whether it was sweat or blood. The pain arrived. However, at the same time that fresh blood was the price, the few clusters of flames in Xiao Yan's hands were swiftly merging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a short moment, the flames in Xiao Yan's hands had already vaguely reached an equilibrium point. There was a great trend of merging. At the same time that Xiao Yan did these actions, everyone outside of the battleground also used different gazes to observe the actions of Xiao Yan in the battleground. Immediately, the many elite Dodi, who had been shocked by Xiao Yan swallowing over 10 Tier 3 medicinal pills at one go, were once again shocked by Xiao Yan. This fellow, he is really capable of doing anything when he is about to die. Has he really gone crazy? He actually wants to forcefully merge the heavenly flames together. How is this possible? Lunatic. This fellow is a lunatic. If you want to die, you can die by yourself. The old me does not wish to die with you. Immediately, various voices were emitted from the crowd. Some were shocked, some were shocked. At the same time, there was also fear. The wild and violent nature of a heavenly flame was something that the entire continent acknowledged. The wild and violent nature of a heavenly flame meant that it was destined to be unable to coexist and merge with anything in this world. At this moment, this action of Xiao Yan was undoubtedly challenging something that the entire continent did not dare to confirm. How could this not cause them to feel shocked and terrified? Damn it! What exactly is this brat trying to do? The expression in Zhuolin's eyes also changed after seeing this scene. His heart was filled with respect for the heavenly flame, and he did not dare to have any thoughts about it. After all, everyone in the entire continent knew that the heavenly flame in the world had already transformed into a spirit. They were existences that they could not afford to offend. How would he dare to have any thoughts about the heavenly flame? Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's action still caused him to feel a wave of fear from his heart. Puff! At the same time, a puff sound was suddenly heard in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. Another cluster of dense white flames suddenly rose. This dense white flame was undoubtedly the bone-chilling flame. Xiao Yan was involuntarily stunned when he saw this sudden scene. Even the heavenly flame that was being forcefully agglomerated in his hands suddenly erupted. Fire light shot out and Xiao Yan's hands were covered by scarlet-red fresh blood, giving him a frightening appearance. Let's add this to the mix. Although the old me has already said that I will not fight for you, lending you the heavenly flame should not be considered as fighting for you. Guyu laughed as he spoke. Xiao Yan's heart was slightly startled when he heard this. He quietly thanked Guyu in his heart. Soon after, he did not say anything else. He was aware that this was not the time to joke around. Just these 6 types of heavenly flames might be able to deal with an ordinary elite Dodi, but those 3-star Dodi were not ordinary individuals. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he did not have a 50% chance of killing them with these 6 types of heavenly flames. However, if the bone-chilling flame was added into the mix, Xiao Yan would at least have a 50% chance of being able to rely on the extermination fire lotus to fight with those 3-star Dodi. Even if he could not kill them, he would be able to cause them to pay a great price. Bang! Both of Xiao Yan's hands slammed together. The brilliant flame and the dense white heavenly flame smashed together. Immediately, an even more wild and violent strength erupted from between the 2 clusters of flames. Even the surrounding empty space fluctuated intensely. At the same time, Zhuolin on the opposite side also stared intently at the 2 clusters of flames between Xiao Yan's hands with a pair of sword-like eyes. He sensed the frightening destructive aura that erupted from them. Without realizing it, the expression in his eyes gradually became sharp. From Xiao Yan's crazy actions earlier until now, Zhuolin was certain that this was not the first time that Xiao Yan had done something like this. Since this was the case, once the 2 clusters of flames in Xiao Yan's hands were completely merged together, just how frightening would the strength that would erupt be after the 7 types of heavenly flames were merged? Zhuolin's heart immediately tightened when he thought of this. Only then did he understand that Xiao Yan had not swallowed dozens of medicinal pills because he wanted to take them down with him. Instead, he wanted to rely on this trump card of his to finish off everyone present in one fell swoop. However, from the looks of it at this moment, in order to quickly agglomerate this Do technique, Xiao Yan seemed to need to focus all of his attention on the 2 clusters of flames in his hands. Since you have no time to be distracted, I want to see just how you are going to agglomerate this Do technique. If the Do technique is not formed, the only path left for you is death. Zhuolin let out a ferocious laugh in his mouth. His hand, which was retracted, slowly tightened. The golden cloud sword, which had originally been stored in his storage ring, once again quietly appeared in Zhuolin's hand at this moment. Swoosh! Soon after, when everyone's gazes were focused on Xiao Yan, Zhuolin's body suddenly disappeared from the empty space where he was standing earlier. At the same time, a sharp sound of rushing air suddenly sounded in the sky above the open ground. Soon after, a cold glint suddenly flickered in the empty space a short distance in front of Xiao Yan. Soon after, a golden-colored longsword with an extremely sharp aura appeared. It was the golden cloud sword. The invisible sword aura instantly pierced through the invisible empty space. Soon after, Zhuolin's body also appeared in the empty space. Soon after, his body had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Seeing that the golden cloud sword in his hand was about to pierce into the space between Xiao Yan's eyebrows, everyone present finally noticed Zhuolin, who had suddenly appeared. However, when everyone recovered, Xiao Yan, who was originally completely focused on merging the heavenly flames in his hand, suddenly lifted his head. A pair of scarlet eyes instantly stared at Zhuolin in front of him. The invisible overbearing aura actually caused the latter's mind to instantly tremble. His entire body could not help but be startled. After being absent-minded for a moment, when Zhuolin quickly recovered, Xiao Yan had already retreated explosively. When he saw the cold smile that was revealed on Xiao Yan's flushed face, the expression in Zhuolin's eyes instantly hardened. A bad premonition crazily surged in his heart. This is bad. The moment Zhuolin recovered, he suddenly waved the golden cloud sword in his hand. His body immediately pulled back. At the same time, Xiao Yan slowly lifted his hand. Dozens of elite Do-di in the open ground looked over in unison. At this very moment, there was a beautiful fire lotus, the size of a wash basin, slowly standing in the air above Xiao Yan's raised hand. Xiao Yan's retreating body slowly came to a stop. At the same time, the expression on his red face gradually became ruthless. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at Zhuolin,